Oh, is it accurate? I know there was confusion. There's been back channel communications going on since then. Let me look. You guys ready?
1 minute. Nice to meet you again. Regarding 29.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the March 23rd, 2023 BAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Vance Lambrecht, and I'll be acting as chair today. My fellow board members present today are Julia Martin, Bill Huey, Fillmore Wilson, and our newest board member. Welcome, Bill Turner. City staff present today are Frankie Pinto, our JRS administrator, and Isabella Gordonier, preservation planner. Applicants have been required to submit any documents in advance of the meeting. Staff will control the slide presentation that includes everything submitted by applicants by the deadline in accordance with submittal requirements. Applicants simply need to ask staff to advance the next slide during the presentation. Applicants, staff, and board members should all give their name first and last for the record when speaking. The order of today's meeting will be as follows. We'll start with an introduction overview of each application for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. We'll have a 10-minute time limit here. All presenters should state their name first and last clearly for the record, and please approach the podium and speak so that everyone can hear you. Anyone affiliated with the project, owners, consultants, developers, designers, and those should speak during the applicant presentation versus during public comment. By ordinance, board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. This will be followed by written public comments. I have those here, and anything submitted will be read into the record. This will be, after I read the written public comments for each application, then we'll proceed with public comments. I'll ask if anyone needs to speak, and you may approach. Again, if you are speaking as a member of the public, please state your name first and last for the record. And additionally, if you live nearby, please state your address so that we can make a record of that. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. Following public comment and the city staff comments and recommendations, the applicant will have a period of 5 minutes to clarify or respond to anything raised in public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations. Once we've heard from the applicant, public comment, the applicant's presentation will be closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote, and the results will be posted on the city website. If there are students present, we're glad to have you with us. Welcome. When you've stayed for the allotted amount of time, please see Isabella over here and she can sign what you need. And please limit your comments to architecture only. That is the purview of this board. Anything related to zoning, livability, again, is not within the purview of this board, and we can't make any decisions on that here. And so now I'll turn it over to Frankie for some meeting protocol.
Thank you, Lindsay. As stated, information on each application includes documents submitted by the applicant as well as post-meeting results, and staff comments will be available on the city website. And written public comments were those submitted by 12 p.m. one business day before the meeting. I noted to one person who commented, I did receive 2 comments yesterday that I did provide to the board that came in after the deadline. Prefer to include your name, address, telephone number, meeting date, and project number. Written comments were provided to the board 24 hours in advance of the meeting and will be acknowledged into the record and summarized. Applicants have been required to register and submit documents in advance of the meeting. I can control the presentation. I also have a clicker up on the podium for those who wish to use it. Just let me know what you prefer and we'll go from there. So the board members will be polled by the chairperson for comments and for their vote on a motion. Each member when voting should respond yea in favor or nay not in favor. Chair shall reread the motion verbatim, and the board member making the motion should correct the chair if she has not reread the motion correctly. And A is approval of minutes from March 9th, 2023 meeting.
All right, first item on the agenda, A1. Do I have a motion to approve?
I will, in a second, I just have a question for staff. I know this is one of those motions we try to avoid that just references per board discussion, but was it really clear what that entailed, that all the brick was coming off?
This is the item.
37 New Street?
So if we would like to clarify that, we could defer this until the next meeting, and we can clarify what the decision was.
Yes, that was clear. Sorry, I had to stop and think which one it was. It was clear, and that was discussed with the applicant.
So all the brick veneer is coming off and it's going.
Yes, all that brick was coming off.
I have a follow-up question,
Yeah,
if
sure.
I may, with that. So the sample was clearly approved, that's in the minutes, that the pointing sample and the bricklaying sample was approved. But the existing brick veneer was denied. There was no motion about the block behind the brick. Was there any decision?
That was approved.
That was
approved. Understanding.
That was approved.
Oh, that was approved.
Yes.
Okay.
Once you've got that perfectly clear, then I'll make
We
a
did,
motion.
and we met with the applicant several days after the meeting last week.
So I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Agenda item B1, 2307 Mount Pleasant Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview, please.
2307 Mount Pleasant Street is requesting partial demolition of historic structure, including gable over front door, chimney, and parts of roof. It's a category 4 in minor terrace, circa 1950, in the historic materials demolition purview. This is the property's location on Mount Pleasant Street. The existing site photos. Some context at Mount Pleasant Street. Sanborn maps showing the history of the property. A photo from the 2004 architectural inventory. Turn it over to applicant.
Very much. Yeah, let's see. This one, sort of. Is there a pointer on this as well?
There should be a little button in the center, I think it is, with the pointers.
Give this a shot. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you hearing us tonight. 2307 Mount Pleasant Street, demolition aspect of this. This house is a vacant house, been vacant for a while. Current owners purchased it out of probate over the last couple of months. So it's been sitting vacant for a little while. It's been vacant because there was a fire that happened in the kitchen. That fire expanded out from the kitchen, took out the current second floor, everything basically from that front door over to the right side here. One's the best one pointed, but kind of took off a lot of the floor structure on the second floor, the existing second floor. Came up and damaged the roof structure as well. Frankie, that picture that you had from the 2019 archives or whatever that showed all the nice bushes and everything, that was really nice.
4 inventory.
On the walkthrough this morning, it no longer looks like that. It's vacant, it's decaying. There's a lot of roof damage because of the fire, because of the age of the roof. So we're proposing to remove that structure. There is an existing second floor. We'd like to make that second floor more code compliant. We're proposing that we remove the carport, the existing carport that's right there, as well as the front porch structure. This neighborhood has a lot of mostly single family homes, mostly 1-story, 1.5-story single family homes that have made use of attic space as a second floor to increase area. Throughout the neighborhood, both across Mount Pleasant Street, the corner of Clemson Street right next door, down Clemson Street, the whole neighborhood has very similar second floors to what we're proposing. And I know we're not talking about the proposed situation here, just the demo, but there's a big precedence in this neighborhood for similar aspects. One of the things that's happening at this house that doesn't really happen in the neighborhood is an extremely low slope roof for the neighborhood. It's about a 5 and 12. Everything else in the neighborhood is 7, 12, 8, and 12, a little bit steeper, which allows you to make a more code compliant second floor. So with the damage to the roof structure, the damage to the second floor, I'll say not fitting in with the neighborhood because it's a little bit different than every other house around. We're proposing to remove the roof and build back something a little bit more like what's in the neighborhood already. Kind of see I've highlighted here where that existing kitchen is. That was the predominant area of the fire that extended up through the second floor and into the roof. The side-by-side comparisons of the existing and just that one looking so much better. That's what we're talking about with this project. So it's really a big part with the roof removal, and unfortunately, with the putting back of a steeper roof, the existing chimney gets mostly covered. So we're proposing to either remove that or cover that up in some way with a new steeper roof. So that's part of the demolition application.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
In the existing house, maybe you had mentioned there are rooms up there.
Yes, there's 2 bedrooms and a half bath.
What's the height right at the ridge line?
It's about 7 foot, 7'4".
7'4". Is that right to the ridge? Does it have a
There's
probably
very
collar tie?
small flat ceiling.
Yeah. Collar tie. Okay, thank you.
Is the carport part of the demolition application as well, just to clarify?
I thought we put it on the application.
It's not.
Over 50 years ago.
But I don't remember it being on the application, but
But
we are
proposing.
concerned about
So
the age.
just so you know, the carport.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. All right, we have a few written public comments that I'll read in. Our first is an email from Riley Sauls. Dear board members, I'm writing to you today in regards to the requested demolition of the house at 2307 Mount Pleasant Street. I seated a hearing for March 23rd, demolition on the porch gable, partial roof and chimney. I live across the street at 2306 Mount Pleasant Street and own 2300 Mount Pleasant Street as well. I am in favor of approval of the request and hope that the board agrees. The current gable, chimney, and roof are not particularly unique, nor do they offer much in the way of historic value. Our little street would be much enhanced by the requested improvements. I appreciate your consideration and look forward to seeing this beautiful old home restored in the thoughtful, attractive manner it deserves. We also have an email from Reed and Haley Walker at 72 Clemson Street. Hi, John and Sarah. We are so excited to have new neighbors and love what you have planned for the home. Consider this your letter of approval from your neighbors. We also have a letter from the homeowner of 2301 Mount Pleasant Street. But I am the homeowner of 2301 Mount Pleasant Street in Charleston, South Carolina. My neighbors, Ms. Sarah Wren and Mr. John Milko, approached me and noted their plan to construct an addition to their home at 2307 Mount Pleasant Street. Drawings of the proposed vertical addition and screen porch addition were reviewed and shared with me. It is my understanding that this addition will keep the wall along our adjoining property line in its current location, but extend vertically to create a more usable second floor. The screen porch addition will align with the existing house and not further encroach toward my property. After discussion with the homeowner, I support this project moving forward. And that is all we have for the written comment. So now, do we have anyone speaking from the public?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for partial demolition of the historic structure at 2307 Mount Pleasant Street, including the roof, gable over the front door, and the chimney. And we appreciate the time this morning of the site visit. We understand that a fire has damaged much of the building and that substantial renovations are required to make this house habitable. Among other provisions, the historic materials demo purview protects the form of historic structures within this purview. In this instance, we believe that the proposed demolition of the front entry stairs and the roof form over the front door to accommodate the large gable and front porch will have the most dramatic impact on the appearance of the form and character of the house. We respectfully recommend denial of the demolition of the front entry features. We also suggest that the dormer should be moved to the rear to further maintain the historic form of the house. Thank you.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society appreciated the chance to visit the site this morning. While we are open to creative design solutions to achieve the desired program, we feel the current proposal is aggressive in terms of the amount of the historic roof structure that is affected. We encourage pursuing a dormer approach at the rear to maintain legibility of the original roof form from the public right-of-way. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? Frankie, if you'll give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
I've had an observation for the board that this proposal does not include any repair or replacement in kind, so this is part of the review that cannot be processed in staff. The structure and then surrounding it are simple one-story or 1.5-story masses with chimneys and front porches, which usually feature a gable roof. The proposal removes the chimney, the roof, and roof mass. Removing the roof mass, chimney, and front porch will alter the historic character of the house, alter the streetscape, and be inconsistent with the context. While the roof is finished in asphalt shingles, which do not carry historic or architectural value, the proposal removes more than 80% of the roof massing. Staff feels that any alterations to the roof should be limited to smaller portions, such as those for dormers, or limited to rear portions of the structure. Staff recommendation is denial of demolition of roof mass and the front porch gable.
Thank you, Frankie. Did the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment and the city staff comments and recommendations?
I'd just like to touch on some of the gable and dormer conversation specifically. We are adding that large dormer on the back side as a contender. That will make the second floor more usable, but that's a little bit more out of the purview of what we're talking about, the demolition aspect, as it's on the back side, on the public right-of-way visibility. From the front part that we do see, small dormer on the front side is in line with other houses and properties in the neighborhood and along the streets. The front porch is a little bit of a change, but again, with the damage to that roof, right now we felt that.
Sorry, Patrick, could you pause a moment? Could everyone check your phones and make sure they're off? Only because I want everyone to have a fair opportunity and not get distracted. I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
With the damage to that roof, since we have to remove a large portion of that roof already just to construct it, we'd like to be able to make it a more livable space that fits in with the neighborhood just as well, if not better than what's currently there. As I said, that roof slope is out of context for the neighborhood. It's lower, it's smaller than pretty much every other house along that block of the surrounding blocks. So a steeper roof, in my opinion, would actually fit in better along with that dormer to the front side. So to that point, I think we're actually making it better, even though there's an age factor, there's a history factor to some extent. With the damage of the roof that has to be replaced, none of that's going to be historic. We've got to keep it as it is. So we would like to replace it as much as possible, mostly for safety. But since we have to repair it, we have to replace it. Let's replace it to something that functions, fits in.
Okay, the applicant's presentation and public comment is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
It is a fairly low slope roof, but there are countless roofs that are very similar to that in this neighborhood. So I think it fits in quite well as it is in the streetscape. And the fact that you have, 7-4 to the bottom of the collar ties up there sort of tells me that you could do a large gable off the rear, similar to the neighbor to the west, and achieve, most of what you want to do. It's not going to be a high ceiling, but, that's what your clients purchased, I think you said 2 months ago. So that sort of plays into my calculus of how to analyze this. But essentially, I would agree with the preservation groups and staff that any intervention would need to happen on the rear or just be a lot more modest than what's proposed.
I don't disagree with staff or fellow board member on this. I do appreciate the need for more space, but I think probably there is a more creative approach. Particularly what concerns me is the change of the roof pitch is going to have a dramatic effect on the gables. There's just no way to get around that. The gables are great, which is typical of this type of structure in the neighborhood, and it's going to have changing that roof pitch certainly have an effect on that. I think that the chimney, the roof form, and her architectural defining features. So I am in line with staff on this.
I would tend to agree. It just seems like a very heavy-handed approach. It's a huge portion of that roof mass is being eliminated. So I tend to agree with staff.
Yeah, I guess I would say that I'm in agreement. I would see maybe one potential solution. In my mind, I would like to see that the front of the roof basically be preserved with that slope and everything, but notice the house immediately there to the west did have sort of a shed dormer that was out, which because of the orientation of the house, we could see it. I would think, in my mind, that potentially the 5 and 12 pitch were extended slightly higher, maybe to accomplish, let's say, a new ridge height. And given the geometry here, it might only be another or so, maybe more than a foot higher. And then maybe at the back of the roof, some form of a shed configuration. That would be a fairly low pitch. It would require certain roofing materials, but you could accomplish a pretty substantial addition without really greatly altering the appearance from the street. I could support maybe it would be a slightly less than 50% modification or demolition, if you will. So I'd like to see the front portion of the roof maintained. And any extension of ridge height that would affect the chimney, I'd like to see the chimney raised to higher to accommodate that. So that would be maybe a modification or proposal that really wouldn't drastically alter the appearance of the house and form of the house from the street, but also accommodate more living space upstairs.
I have nothing to add. I'm in agreement with my fellow board members and the staff comments.
Just a quick clarification, what's not visible from the public right of way can be demolished, correct? I mean, that's not really in our purview.
That is correct, though I would note that from what you can see the edge of the rear roof lines from the street. So while you can't see the entirety of the roof, you can see portions
for example, a giant shed dormer, not getting into the option of raising the ridge, but a giant shed dormer could happen there.
Correct. And that would not be under our purview.
I'll go ahead and make a motion for denial of demolition as submitted.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of demolition as submitted. Do I have a second? Motion to a vote. Bill Turner. Bill Huey.
As submitted, yea in favor.
Julia.
In favor.
Bill Moore.
Yea in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 2 is 1 Kyle Place. Frank, you can give us an introduction overview, please.
Kyle is requesting demolition of historic structure. It is a category 4 in Ragnar Terrace, circa 1925, in the historic materials demolition purview. This is the property's location on Kyle Place. Existing site photo. Next to Kyle Place. Sanborn map showing the history of the property. The 2004 architectural inventory photo. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicants.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Mann. I know the owner, Brandon Osborne. I put together an application, plan of buying the property and building myself a home to live there, pending how all this goes. You know, you have all seen the photos. You've been there at the site. It's nice seeing you there today. You know, I think one of the good things about having the bar is we do get to have a nice little history in Charleston, and it was fun to go find out about Sanborn maps and see that history. And unfortunately, I don't think a lot of history is left in this structure. It's more of a structure that has history. Just has plywood on the sides now. It got a new roof, and somewhere around the 2000s, a hurricane blew it off. Someone along the way had tried to flip it inside, and I don't know why they stopped. But hopefully we can put something that'll add to the neighborhood there and not be grounds for raccoons to grow, as unfortunately it's become. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the building. I've already started sort of working with an architect because the build will have to go through zoning. So I do know some of the restrictions I'll have in place there. If that is of any interest to you guys, I can provide that to you.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Two quick ones. You said the current owner purchased the property like 3 years ago. Is that what you said?
Somewhere around 3 years ago.
Okay. And any intention to?
So pre-COVID, actually, him and I were going to build something together as an investment, and then COVID happened. I sort of became more disinterested in him as well, and I started to look for a home for myself to buy, and didn't really have a lot of luck over the past year. And so then he approached me, hey, we still have this, would you be interested? And I've got a lot on my plate. So, he was either going to sell it to me, or if I don't end up taking it, he's going to try to sell it to someone else. So
The intention was always to demolish the house.
yeah, the intention was always to demolish, but we had never gone through with putting the application through for the demolition. And so I've been fortunate enough that he's given me the time to do all this and find out the outcome before I decide to pull any sort of triggers on that.
And then do you know the flood zone there? The
Yeah.
current flood zone?
It is
Versus-
89. So it's the sidewalk, spot elevation is 7.5 feet. It's 89, so the finished floor has to be around 11 feet. And per Lee Batchelder, the zoning, we've already put some stuff to him. So he's going to have us keep the house at less than 2,000 square feet and no more than 35 feet in total height. And you can get up to 2.5 stories with stipulations on that half story with dormers. So it's a lot of insufficient size. So if I wanted to build a monstrosity, I don't think I could.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Thank you.
Oh, were there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mann. Okay, then we have no written public comment. So do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society appreciated the chance to visit the site this morning. While this house has undergone insensitive and unfortunate alterations, we were encouraged that the historic form of the structure is largely intact and the building envelope appears largely stable. We ask the board to deny this request and urge the applicant to undertake renovation efforts in a timely manner, salvaging as much historic material as possible. Thank you.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for demolition of the historic structure at 1 Kyle Place, and we appreciate the time at the site visit this morning. This is a difficult application because unfortunately so little historic fabric remains. As stated with the previous application, the historic materials demo purview protects the form of historic structures within its purview. The historic form of 1 Kyle Place is the one thing that remains intact. The form of this building is compatible with the other existing structures along Kyle Place. Our recommendation is that the demolition of the historic form at 1 Place should be denied. Remaining historic materials such as the front steps and potentially the roof on the front elevation should be retained and reused. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? Frank, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, we know that the applicant struggled finding history, so we found a little bit of information. Through some city code cases, there noted that a new roof was installed somewhere around 2019, though we did not find any permits to verify that. The historic wood windows were changed to vinyl sometime after 2012. And the building currently has no floors and the walls are supported by jack. Comments, there are few character-defining features remaining, including raptor tails and a portion of historic roof on the front bump out. And the removal of this house would alter a streetscape, as this was originally one of 6 sister houses that have been altered over time. One of those houses has been replaced, but originally these structures followed a 2-bay, 2-story pattern. Staff recommendation is denial of demolition.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Mann, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yeah. So I think, respect the recommendation. My concern is that this is not taken down. It will remain in disrepair for a very long time. I do like that small front roof. If I do build, I was thinking that could be used for a shed of some sorts. The brick entrance does have structural damage to it. It could be retained. I don't know if I did build, that would be put into it. It was interesting seeing Sanborn maps and how this was one of many houses on that block that all look the same. I think if you go down that block now, you wouldn't be able to tell that. Many of them have either removed that front roof altogether and then extended backwards as much as they can. Many of the lots have more of that ability than I do because it is a lot of insufficient size. And I think the fact that we have had no permits found is further proof that people are trying to maybe build something onto this, put something there but they're not being able to, so there are no permits, nothing's been done with it. So my worry is, if the hope is that someone will rebuild the OSB that's there and retain the small roof in the front, I don't know if that is gonna happen. Personally, probably won't be me, I respect the decision, but like I said, I think if you know what was there, you can see the history, but if you're walking down the street, you don't see the history. You see it as a plywood structure.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I have one quick question of staff. As kind of this policy of raising structures could be elevated out of the flood zone.
Yes.
To that extent. One of the homes a few doors down actually raised quite a bit. Do you know when that happened, or is there any record of that?
I do not, we didn't look into the date of when that one was raised.
Okay.
The map's changed.
For the map change. I guess I'll just keep talking. Just to make it clear again, I believe the Preservation Society's iteration that what a denial of demolition is saying is that the form of the home needs to stay, but I do obviously agree and acknowledge what the applicant is saying as far as how much has been altered. A great deal of it has been altered. I think the main thing that I'm seeing, and I would say I agree with, if I'm seeing it right, from staff's recommendations, is that the form should be retained. But at the same token, if flooding and other issues like that are a concern, which I think was discussed this morning, the house could be elevated out of flood zone just to the height that is required to be. But again, it's all in the eye of the perceiver, I guess, in this case, but standing on that street, I could perceive the rhythm of these houses. You could tell that these houses were, basically sister homes, as they're called, and expect potentially even elevating it just those 5 or so feet to get it out of flood as the street hopefully carries on. That might be a factor for the other homes as well. But I think retention of the form is the main driving point that I'm seeing in staff's comments. And I do agree with that point, that the form needs to be retained. Now, I think that actually gives you, by fact that it's been altered so much, maybe gives you a little more leeway in materiality of what you're going to do. Retention of the form, I do think, is important. So, and to me, the denial of demolition is denial of the form of that home.
Or disagree with the applicant's statement that when you walk down the street, you see his OSB. I think that's true, but I also think I agree with staff. You do see the form of this house, and it is there, and it's surprisingly crude and straight. There's not much visible historic material. The windows are vinyl, it's sheathed in OSB. I think the roof was rebuilt probably in the original configuration or very close to it when it was put on. There's a little historic material visible in some of the framing and the sills, but and of course, unfortunately, because the way our purview is stated, we can't consider anything but the demolition up or down. The house could be slightly elevated. There's not a lot of historic material. There's a lot of room here for sort of rebuilding in reasonable kind and maintaining form, but that is not in our purview. Our purview is up and down both demolition or no, and in that circumstance, I would have to say no.
I'm struggling with this one, I really am. Because while it doesn't sit well with me that the current owner bought it several years ago and he and the applicant effectively assumed that they would be able to demolish this, I think the real culprit is long gone. Whoever, without permission, really, really damaged this house. And seeing it this morning, I just don't know really, I don't know that I'm comfortable clinging to just form in this case. Only historic thing that you see when you're standing there is that little bit of turn metal roof, which is not original because originally they all had the little one-story porch on the front. So I'm really torn. I'm in trouble.
I will say it's something staff struggled with.
I also struggle with this, and talking about elevating it, are we really preserving the form that we're, I'm real torn with this. On one hand, I've seen far worse structures saved, but this one, I don't know, it's a tough call, and I'm leaning towards letting it go.
I think this is hard because, you know, I especially want to underscore something that Fillmore said as well, that well, in this area of town, our purview is only limited to demolition. So we have no purview over what goes in its place. So we could approve demolition based on the promises that you're going to build a homeowner is going to build something similar, and you could scrap it and put anything in its place. And then we've got community members who are angry that we allowed something to be built, which we had no purview over. And so going back to what Phil said, denial of demolition is really denial to demolish the form. And I think it goes to what Fillmore was talking about, that we are trying to remain within our purview and fulfill our charge as board members, which is to preserve in this area. But I think I struggle with this building, and probably I think I could be convinced either way, but this is one of the neat areas of town where you have so many sister houses in a row. And this is not like the street, which one has, there's 5 or 6 in a row.
Oh, that's Gordon. No, Simmons.
Simmons Street. But unlike this street, I think those houses have pretty much been retained. And I don't know a lot of places in the city where you have houses side by side. And unfortunately on this particular street, I go both ways. Should you preserve this because it is maybe the last remaining form, although is it really in its historic form? Or do you allow it to be demolished because of what has happened at the rest of the street, on the rest of the street? Yeah. I think if this was truly the historic form, how it was built in 1925, whenever that was, my decision would be we need to preserve this form. But if it is changed over time,
We all have the one-story porches.
do we think that roof on the front, how old is that? Or did you look at that?
50s, don't you think?
The roof on the bump out.
Mhm.
I mean, it's a turn, a little red turn roof. It could be 1945 or it could be 1950. I mean, it could be 1960. It's it's pretty beat up. It's been there a while, but I think it's very difficult to. And if the sandboards don't give you any, most of those little houses did have a front porch. That bump out could be some dramatic modification of the porch from later. But the basic footprint of the main part of that house, if you sort of think about that bump out, is either there was a front porch there and now it's a bump out. The basic form of the rest of that house, I think, is on its original footprint. It's there. I think the envelope is what was there originally in form. Not obviously, there's a little bit of framing left, but a lot of the framing's new. Right? It's a hard call.
I can only wish it were 2012. I'm looking at back in time. So I really wish you bought it in 2012. It's really nice structure. Really, this is demolition by neglect. That
Or actually by intent, you know, unpermitted intent, someone who's not here. I'm willing to mourn that adorable little configuration right now and make a motion for approval of demolition and see where that goes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I'm gonna put the motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Nay opposed.
Bill Moore,
Nay opposed.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill,
Yay in favor.
Mrs. Kennedy.
I'm gonna vote yea in favor. All right, the motion for demolition is approved unanimously. Oh, excuse me, I'm not, sorry, not unanimously. 3, 4, 2 against. Thank you, Mr. Mann. Okay, agenda item number 3, 51 Poinsett Street. Frankie, can you give us an introduction overview, please?
51 Poinsett is requesting demolition of historic structure. It was not surveyed in North Central circa 1915 in the historic materials demolition purview. This is the property's location on Poinsett Street. Some existing site photos. The context of Poinsett. And one map showing the history of the structure. That's all that staff has, so I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. April McGill, Root Down Designs. I'm here with my client and the property owner, Mr. Don Edwards. Thank you for your time reviewing our application and for your time on the site today. We have submitted a pretty lengthy application to you, and I know that we have submitted additional info that is not within your purview, as you've already stated, but we really feel that the context is important in this process, in this application, as we request full demolition of the structure. So I will not rehash everything in the application, but I will hit on a few of the high points. The home has been sitting vacant for well over 10, maybe 15 years. The front facade is actually, doesn't look that bad, but the roof has been caved in for over 5 years. And so the structural report that was done in 2020 indicated extensive structural failure, and that there really was little to no salvageable materials left in the building due to the roof being caved in, extensive rot and termite and mold. And so that we can assume that the damage has become worse within the last 3 years. And the property is owned by what we refer to as a legacy property owner. Mr. Edwards' family has owned this parcel since 1890. It's been in his family ever since. And he contacted me 1.5 years ago with the mission to build affordable housing here on this parcel. We have been working with Ms. Johnson's office for the past year to do the preliminary due diligence work to understand what affordable housing units would look like, what we could build here. And the project is a registered HUD affordable housing project, should we be allowed to move forward with this. And you'll see in the image on the screen, to the left, obviously, is the existing facade. And it is our full intention with any new design that we would rebuild in a way that is as historically accurate to the existing building as possible, salvaging the ironwork, the brick veneer, the small brick accent wall along the sidewalk. And we would love to rebuild the home with quality materials back to as close as possible to the original facade, and at the same time be able to integrate things that are needed for a multifamily unit, such as quality HVAC systems, sprinkler suppression systems, fire separation, and accessibility, rerouting the entrances to the units so that we can accommodate an accessible unit. And so we feel that the financial implications of a restoration project versus the new construction is quite significant. And so we are committed to working with legacy owners like Mr. Edwards to help them find ways to repurpose their parcels so that they can maintain their peninsula properties. And we just want to state on the record that we are not anti-preservation, but we are pro-equitable housing, and we are working to help provide affordable housing in the city. We're advocating for a community-based preservation approach versus a material-based preservation approach, and so that we can preserve community, culture, economic diversity, and hopefully build a beautiful structure at the same time. So we're happy to answer any questions that you have. And, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. McGill. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant? All right, we have some written comments. First, we've got a letter from Millicent Brown. See, dear BAR members, this letter is written in support of the demolition application submitted by April McGill on behalf of the property owner, Menser D. Edwards. I am well acquainted with the property site, having spent hours here throughout my youth. The Edwards family, the lifelong commitment that members of that family made to Charleston are considerable in their professional and personal involvements. As paid civil servants and voluntary community supporters, the elder Edwards established a legacy of service and concern for humankind, seeing the property placed with a quality, well-constructed, and affordable habitat for contemporary residents would make the elder Edwards pride. One, they love their neighborhood and would wish to see it used for such good purposes. Two, they would appreciate their current site adding to the city's continued efforts to close the housing disparities between locals with considerable economic needs and locals with limited economic needs. Third, they would appreciate the recognition that the deplorable condition into which the current house has fallen could be corrected with a redesign and new construction more beneficial to future residents. Having helped the current owner with finding people to do minimal yard care in his absence and worrying with him about obvious physical dangers to anyone near the deteriorated structure, I look forward to the construction of a safe housing option that honors this multi-generational service-oriented family. We also have a letter from the Whipper Law Firm, Seth Whipper. Dear BAR, this letter comes to encourage the BAR of Charleston to allow the project at 51 Poinsett Street to proceed as proposed by M. Don Edwards and Cornelia S. Edwards. My family owns a single-family home next door to this project. We are pleased to know that this project is possible. The Edwards family are great people, earnest and considerate. We're in support of this effort without reservation. And then we have a letter from DeJaris. Did I say that correctly? DeJaris, excuse me. Thank you. DeJaris D. Whipper Lewis. This letter is in support of the application for total demolition of the condemned structure at 51 Poinsett Street and replacement with an affordable housing project. The structure is very unsafe and should be demolished as soon as possible. As personal representative, the estate of Lucille S. Whitmer, my mother, was concerned about number 51 for a few years before she passed. It is a hazardous area for the community members to be near. My daughter and family, including 3 young children, live next door, and I feel uneasy with the collapsed roof and the amount of rodents in and out of the structure constantly. I requested the application be approved so work can begin. And that is the end of our written comments. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Looks like we do.
Thank you all for having me, and thank you for your service to the city. I know it's a tough job, and I realize the purview that you all have at BAR Small. I'm here. My name is Jason Saccharin. I live at 97 Peachtree Street. I actually represent this part of town. I'm here on behalf, obviously in support of 51 Poinsett Street and the request for demo. I'm encouraged by the letter of support by the Preservation Society regarding this particular project, and I hope that BAR Small adopts a very similar approach and sensibility to this project. I think it's critically important that we begin looking at preservation standards and rules, and best determine if the rules and norms are working to preserve buildings and structures, or are we here to preserve communities. On this particular project, the applicant is simply trying to build 2 to 3 affordable housing units on this parcel. By some estimates, by our city estimates, we need 16,000 units by the year 2030. We should be doing everything we can to eliminate barriers, make it easier for folks to come in and build affordable housing. And this is that project. I know you all have purview that you have to follow. I just want to let you know I do support what you all have to do tonight. And I look forward to working in partnership with you all, BAR Small, our preservation groups in the coming months to discuss these issues. But I'm here tonight to ask you all to approve the full demolition of this project at 51 Poinsett Street. Thank you.
Mr. Saccharin?
Hello, my name is Ed Mills. I'm a resident of Poinsett Street, his neighbor. Myself and 5 other residents who could not make it tonight fully endorse this demolition of this property. The home in its current iteration does not match the street. We need more affordable housing in Charleston immediately, as the other gentleman pointed out. Currently, it is dangerous to both pedestrians and local residents as parts of the house have fallen into disrepair. And recently the gutters in other areas fall into the street, which is dangerous, especially to the young family next door. Anecdotally, the street itself does have a bit of crime, and there's a large volume of abandoned homes on the street. So cutting that down even by 1, we feel would help with the overall street safety and pride. I trust my neighbor, Mr. Edwards, to handle this demolition with grace and feel this will help revitalize our street further going forward into Charleston's future. Thank you.
You have my letter, it's bare bones because of the fact that I know you have limitations in what you look at. I'm not entirely sure if part of what you look at sooner or later. In other words, it's a matter of sooner or later. It seems that the building is really beyond recovery. It also seems that materials that are part of the building are architecture. So it would seem that at that point, something needs to happen to the property sooner or later. And we think that the time is now. Not hearing anything yet about what BAR2 has seen at the site. I don't think that there's anything majorly significant about the materials or the structure of the dilapidated building. So it seems like architecturally something needs to happen. And I think it happens now. Thank you.
Thank you. It'll be short for me because I'm pretty much just going to second my neighbor. I also live on Poinsett Street. My name is Sharon Cornett. I'm here to represent 29, 31, 49, and 41. We would love to see something done with this house. You guys already know about how it's a hazard. Every storm, the roof flies off and hits people's cars and houses and the rats and everything, so I won't go too far into that. We would love to see this neighborhood become a neighborhood again. We have, I believe, 4 abandoned houses, and it attracts a lot of stuff. We would love to have a full street of lively people. So we fully endorse this. We've seen the side and inside, and a lot of it is ruined, so whatever happens, we hope that it becomes a home again. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Carol Jackson. I live on James Island, but I am a board member of the Charleston Redevelopment Nonprofit Corporation. And when I first moved to Charleston, I felt like I was in a perfect storm of marrying the two parts of my career that meant the most to me. I was introduced to the Historic Charleston Foundation's newly completed report on the North Central neighborhood and the need for community preservation as the housing stock in that neighborhood was rapidly being purchased and renovated and changed over away from the community preservation that we all know is a demographic reality in Charleston. So I'm here to support and affirm Councilmember Saccharin's interest in this. We know that you don't have the full purview for this location, and demolition is your main up or down vote. But we do think that we need to have a full context of the understanding why we're all here in support of Mr. Edwards and his goal to keep the community that his grandfather was a huge contributor to in making properties affordable again. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your service. We appreciate all that you do. I'm Gianna Shaw Johnson. I'm the director for the city's Department of Housing and Community Development, and I am here in support of Mr. Edwards' application for demolition. Thank you all.
My name is Millicent Brown, and you have already read my comments into the record. I just wanted to add in support of the other comments that you've already heard. I'm speaking tonight also just as a resident of the city of Charleston that is urging not only this board, but the entire city mechanism to understand the confusion that is going on throughout this community, when on one hand we talk about how badly we need affordable housing, how badly we want citizens to take pride and concern and to work within their own communities to uplift them and improve them, and to provide economic sustainability and intergenerational wealth for those who have not been able to have it in the past. And so not only do I support the proposal, but I also, for the record, just want to say this community needs to see that when we say we want to really advance the idea of affordable housing in Charleston, it is decisions like this that will tell the community whether you really mean it or not.
Do we have anyone else speaking from the public? Thank you all. Frank, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff was trying to pull together a little bit of history, as we found a couple times this had been applied to come before the board, but it ended up being withdrawn from the meeting. That was just in case any board members remembered that, but we don't need to go through that. And I did contact those in our planning division who handle the affordable housing projects. Who said that this was registered as an affordable housing project, but no formal agreement has yet been signed. That is partially on fault of the city. We don't have an agreement yet for them to sign. Also that there had been discussions with Housing and Community Development about the possibility of city funding, but that had not been finalized at this time either. Staff only had 2 comments regarding what was remaining, and that was that the structure report was from 2020 and indicated numerous issues with the structure, which have only perpetuated since that time, and that it's unfortunate that the roof has caved in and been left unattended to facilitate deterioration. Though much damage has occurred, the essential form still exists, as well as many of the character-defining features, including the wood siding, windows, and other exterior elements. Based on that alone, staff was recommending denial of demolition.
Thank you, Frankie. Can I ask, because you explained 3A, on 3B, is that also just underway?
That, from what Chloe explained to me, much of that is underway, and Gianna could probably speak to that. Chloe just said that part of her note said that there were discussions with your department on the possibility of funding, but that had not been finalized. And unfortunately, that's all the information Chloe gave me.
Could you give some color on just the status of those discussions? And I'm looking at
now,
3B.
The registering is done with the planning department.
Oh, okay.
And that is done through Chloe, and that has happened. And she's normally the one that handles any formal agreement.
Right, so it has been registered. There is
That
an
portion.
extended process that is being undertaken by planning, housing, and legal to get a formal process in place for that. I have been working with Mr. Edwards probably now 4+ years around this house and trying to see the direction it could go. He was working with a nonprofit developer initially to figure out the best methodology by which to get this done. A couple of years or so later, then he hired April to work him towards getting a defined process in place. So we have talked about funding, and basically what I've said to Mr. Edwards and April, once we have determined the direction that they could go, we can then talk through what the funding would look like and what his needs would be, because naturally there is a bid process and all of those things that would need to be looked at to determine exactly how much funding would be required to make this house what it should be. Thank you.
Right, so we've heard from the public and the city staff comments and recommendations. Ms. McGill, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comments and the city staff comments and recommendations? The public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'll go ahead. So similar to what I was saying at the last application is, obviously from the engineer's report, the house is as it sits, is in a lot of trouble. It's in deteriorated condition. So we're down again to talking to form. Now, I am encouraged, and I know we're not supposed to look at the drawings and what's supposed to come, but there they are, and I'm looking at them, and I'm encouraged by the form of what you presented. It's basically very similar to, if not close to identical to, the form of the home that's there, which is the part of preservation that I would like to see, is that form of that home preserved. Even to the degree of acknowledging that the house is in bad shape. I do notice on the site plan that the location of the home is proposed to be pushed back to allow for some parking in the front, but still, again, the form of that home is there. So even though we're not supposed to look at it, I'm going to look at it in that case of the drawings you presented for the new structure to be built. And in that instance, to say that if there was a vote per staff's recommendation of denial, I would say, though, that it would be denial of removal of that form. Whereas you're presenting a solution that retains that form, albeit in a slightly different location on the lot. So I don't know how it can be differentiated. We have very limited power with this. We have very limited range of what we can talk about. In this instance, I'm torn because I support what you want to do, because you want to basically build the house back in that form, albeit the use of the house inside, which we don't really ever look at, is what it is. I think it's a good thing. So I would say I'm convinced perhaps to make deference to maybe even the last application that we saw, and the fact that I believe if demolition was denied, it would be because the form would be removed, but also the site location of the home would be an issue. I'm fine with what you're proposing to do. I'm fine with the fact that you're proposing to reuse the form of that home, and I think that's a positive thing. So I'm saying these things because I'm inclined to support demolition because of what we're seeing now as what's going to be coming. Okay, and I'm going to go a little bit past where I'm supposed to go to, because at some point it's a policy thing that's going to have to be worked out here. But I appreciate you submitting drawings wherever, April, wherever you are back here. I appreciate you submitting drawings showing what you're proposing to do. I appreciate especially the front elevation that you presented, because it looks very close to the home that's there. Do want to make sure there are some discrepancies. And again, I'm looking at what you're proposing. I'm not supposed to do that, but I'm going to do it, darn it. There are discrepancies between your side elevations and your front elevation. Some of the materiality, the columns, some of the other items that you've drawn. I just want to make sure that that front elevation is the intent of what you're going to draw, and however that reflects it's down the side, especially the columns, that is the intent. The front elevation takes precedent as to the form and look of what you're proposing. So, yeah, please. I'm asking you kind of a question. So, yeah, please.
Mr. Gill, if you could come to the podium, only because we can all hear you, but there's.
And it's stuff I'm not supposed to talk about, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I know. Yes, the intention is absolutely to restore the front elevation, the front facade. And to your point about the location, that also was bothersome to me. I would prefer to see the house rebuilt in the same exact location, but with the zoning front setback, if it is new construction, it's supposed to be pushed back. But in our meeting today at the city, we do think we could get an exception from zoning to keep it in that same, and that would be my preference as well.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
That would be ideal. And in that instance, and it's again because you're showing us something that we're supposedly not supposed to look at, is the reason that I can make a different kind of opinion on this than I can maybe on another. Okay, because I'm still in support of the idea that the form is not removed. I'm in support of the idea that you're proposing to replicate the form exactly. So I wanted to make that line pretty clear, because I don't want to appear to be a awfully guy here. I think you're making a good point. I appreciate you submitting the drawings for what you're proposing to build again, and I would fully support the home being reestablished in its current location as well, because that does go to context. And if a BAR approval is leveraged against another board's approval, I hope it is in that instance. So I would qualify anything I say to say, if I said, okay, I am in support of demolition, which is all we can say right here, just know I'm in support of demolition because of what you're proposing to rebuild and the fact that you're willing to pursue zoning to keep it in its current location. And I would encourage that activity wholeheartedly. Okay. So that's all I've got to say. That's all.
We would be happy to provide you with documentation to the zoning that would be a preference of BAR, that would be helpful.
I think that the applicant's done a really good job of explaining the whole situation and clearly rallying support from neighbors and city officials. And were it not for the specific situation with this homeowner and with the intention that is clear, I would not be comfortable with demolition of this structure, because again, like Bill was saying earlier, we've seen things in worse shape come back and be glorious. But given the particular situation and the intentions, I could make an exception. And sort of along what Bill is saying, I don't think we have any means to guarantee that you're going to do what you're going to do, other than there's an element of trust. We've got Gianna and you, and I believe you. I don't know if there's any way to formalize that, and have our motion contingent on that, but because of that, I can support the holistic goals of what's being requested here.
I'm in agreement, and I do feel the need to at least put on the record how this would be different, because if this were someone an applicant coming before the board simply asking for demolition, and in my view, this not being a legacy property, which we want to maintain that diversity on the peninsula, and were it not hearing that these will be affordable units and hearing from individuals in the city, absolutely my decision would be in denial here. And that is not because that applicant would not even be mentioning affordable housing. And this reminds me of an application that we viewed pretty recently where we allowed demolition because it was a family that had been on the peninsula for generations. And they were building, in that case, they were building back something for themselves to move into. And we really put a lot of weight on that.
And real quick, to add to that point, that application was made on a property that had the context of that property from its original historic inception was greatly altered. Actually, a new roadway was cut in right next to the house that wasn't there originally. So that changed a lot with context.
It did,
So.
That's right. So I do want to say, because I do not want to set a precedent, if in fact demolition is approved at this meeting, that another applicant comes before the board and demonstrated efforts the way you all have. But this is a project, and again, it's a little tough for me. I'm trained to think in worst case scenarios, which is we approve demolition and then suddenly the property is sold to an investor, and you all aren't tied to doing affordable housing. There's a certain level of trust going on here, that you will maintain this and build the affordable units that the city really desperately needs. And so that's really all I had to add, that this is a project that reminds me of one that we recently approved that I would be in favor of.
Slightly different tack on this, I think, from my board members. I'm not going to say anything about the design because I still feel firmly that it is a purview to go up or down demolition in the demolition district. And since we do not have purview over design, whatever we say up here may be about design may be incredibly well intentioned, which I know that it is, but it really doesn't carry any real weight based on our mandates. And so I'm not going to think about the design, even though I think it's great. And if I were looking at this strictly from perspective of should we demolish this historic structure or not? Is it salvageable? Does it have merit in its context? I would say it does, and I would say we shouldn't demolish it. However, there is another factor here, and that is affordable housing. And great supporter of increasing affordable housing in Charleston. It is a critical issue, and as a board, we do have a record, and actually I think it's important that we give value to the idea that certain structures or certain projects would be affordable housing. My concern is this house is definitely a victim of attempted demolition by neglect. That doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the present patient, but it is a clear example of demolition by neglect. And the roof's lost. There's certainly a lot of it remaining, and we've seen much worse structures restored. My only question about it is, and it's just sort of a question to staff, is that at this stage in this process, are there any guarantees or strong indications that this will absolutely be affordable housing? Do we as a board have any assurances that this will be affordable housing?
At this point, there has not been a formal agreement signed. But I will state that that has had more to do with the city's legal department and getting a agreement put together than the applicant not pursuing that. They have been going through all of the steps with the planning department, and they have registered through the planning department that this will be an affordable housing project. But we do not at this point have a signed agreement. But it was, I will say, it was emphasized to me from planning that that was more at the fault of the city than of the applicant.
If this were just being brought in here as a different owner, different project, I would say absolutely no to the demolition, because there's a lot that's left of this house. The form is still there. You still have a lot of the architectural elements that are there, the character defining features of it. But I, like everyone in this room, we feel we desperately need more affordable housing in the city. And listening to Gianna, I have a pretty good comfort level that that's going to happen. It's like, I don't think she would get up here and tell us what she told us otherwise. If this were to be approved for demolition, what I would like to see is that staff get together with the architect and do an inventory of what elements of the building that could possibly be salvaged and reused. Because I think there's an awful lot that could be reused.
I wonder if I could speak now. I know I'm on water, but I wonder if I could do that very briefly.
Yes, typically it's in response to a question. So what do you have to say?
And I, with my sister, are property owners at 51 Poinsett Street. And I want to thank the BARS for the opportunity to speak with you out of order like this. We speak to the point that you have all very legitimately raised around trust. It would be hard to quantify the number of offers that my family over the last years have received for this property as is. Given that, like many people, I've had all kinds of things going on in my life, my business up and down as businesses do, my children up and down as children do, other things that we all have experienced, it would have been very easy to accept those offers, and they have been significant offers. I want to contextualize this fact by saying that I am a CEO of 25 years in a firm that does land use mediation all over the world. This is not a field that is unknown to me, and I understand your principal concerns. But I also appreciate the nuance that you are bringing to this application. And so I want to say that I would ask you not to trust me because trust is earned, but to look at my record. My company is named Justice and Sustainability Associates, And I didn't name it Don Edwards Associates. I named it what I wanted people to get and what they would expect. And that's what I would like for you to think about. I am committed to community development. My family has been on Poinsett Street, as was said, since 1884. I've contributed to other properties that are right there next to this property. And so I want you to believe that I would not be standing here if I was not committed to making affordable housing available in Charleston. But I'm doing it because I believe in Charleston and I believe in the kind of place Charleston should be. And I also believe that there's other things that matter as much as, you know, the value that you get economically for property. One of those things that I value very much is making it possible for people who work on the peninsula not to have to go 30 miles up to Goose Creek in order to get back and forth every day to go to work. My folks, and this is where I'll end, my ancestors who settled on Poinsett Street came from Pineville. They were freed people. I don't really know how they acquired the capital to purchase the properties on Poinsett Street, but it was an undeveloped part of the city. When I grew up on Poinsett Street in the 50s, it was unpaved, no asphalt, no sidewalk, flooded every time it rained. See affordable housing there, and to be perfectly honest, this is your opportunity. So please, if you have an opportunity like this, I think we should all just kind of hold hands through it and see if we can pull it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
I'm ready to make a motion, and I don't, you guys can see what you think, but I don't really have that appetite to encumber them with a number of conditions, because I think they've made a really compelling case, and I do trust them, and it's an element of trust, and that's just what it is.
Real quick,
Sure.
before you do that, I want you to do it too. But before, I'm wondering too, because I think everybody here has seen, we're sort of at this intersection of a lot of things, and we have to make determinations based on a lot of things, and some things we're not allowed to make determinations on. But I'm wondering now, and hearing the fact that the city's involved with it from the affordable housing aspect, potentially at least on some of these applications, maybe the BAR can have some form of purview when it's involving the affordable housing department of the city on what actually does come back. That might be a device to help actually encourage affordable housing, but also make sure that context of neighborhood, because as you just said, your family built that neighborhood up there. I mean, they knew what that neighborhood was. It's the context of that community, of that neighborhood. We're all talking about trying to either preserve or bring back, or, you know, evolve into that again. So maybe that's a device, at least to help with some of these applications that maybe could be considered. I'm mainly directing that towards staff. So anyway,
All right.
sorry.
Yeah, that was all good.
I will send that question up to Jamie.
Yeah,
Robert, and
we'll see how that.
Yeah. For now, I'm gonna make a motion for approval of demolition to allow for 2 or 3 affordable dwellings on the site. And a board request that the applicant meet with the AR staff to coordinate on salvaging some items or whatever form of the proposed structure.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition to allow 2 or 3 affordable units on site, and a board recommendation that the applicant meet with staff to determine which materials can be salvaged for use in the replacement structure.
Very quickly, I'm sorry, Joy. For your consideration, as potentially an addition to that motion, is that can you make also maybe a suggestion that the applicant pursue the required zoning variances, special exceptions, whatever is involved to retain the home in its current location. And that, I'm just saying that, can we put something behind it that says the BAR is encouraging that, so they can use that as leverage?
I can provide, as the board administrator, I can provide that to the BZA.
Okay, we don't have to
And
put
we
it
can
in a motion.
You don't have to
I don't
put it
want
in
it.
a motion, I have provided that, similar things to the BZA in the past,
Okay.
and they have accepted
Great.
an email.
Okay, thank you.
Because if, you know, if we really want parking, you know, that's like a linchpin, I don't wanna, you know.
Right,
put
I'm
it
just
in.
saying an encouragement potentially for leverage. That's all I was getting at, because I think April
Sounds
even
good.
said she'd like to see it where it is too, so.
And that's something I can work with April on the wording of and how she wants to present to Ms. Kenny.
And in favor for Julia, I'll second her motion if you call for it.
Just have materials, retain the form. Well, just review the form with staff.
Do I have a second to Julia's
I
motion?
will second her motion,
Okay.
just to, sorry, Julia.
Or not alter the motion?
Right.
All right, I'll put the motion
Should we
to.
have another reading of the motion? I
Okay.
lost track of it.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
So, approval of demolition to allow for 2 or 3 affordable units on site, and the board recommendation that the applicant meet with staff, to explore, use of the existing materials and the replacement structure and the existing form,
In the form of the proposed structure.
in the form of the proposed structure.
And all that's just courtesy request.
Yeah. Now, Bill, I have a second. I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Turner,
Yay in favor.
Julia,
And
Huey.
Yeah.
Chair votes for the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Do y'all need a break?
that I trust.
I need one.
Do you need one?
No.
We might after that item.
Yeah, that's all. But ultimately,
You gotta let them clear out, so. Do a 5-minute or. Well, we're good.
just go, you'll have a forum.
Yeah. And all, we do want to keep the meeting moving, so if you're heading out.
Oh, just go get a meal and then come back.
Everyone, once again, we need to keep the meeting moving, so if you're speaking, you could just head out into the hallway, please, thank you. And we are on agenda item number 4, 113 Cooper Street. Frankie, when you're ready, if you'll give us an introduction and overview, please.
Item is 113 Cooper Street, and is requesting partial demolition of structure including portions of roof and walls. It is a category 4, east side, circa 1880, in the historic materials demolition purview. This is the property's location on Cooper Street. Existing site photo. Some context of Cooper Street. And more maps showing the history of the property. The card from the architectural inventory from 1986. Turn it over to the applicants.
My name is Hasim Kashmiri, and I'm here with my colleague Julian Wahitman, and we are here. Thank you so much for meeting with us. We're joined with Mrs. Fields, also a legacy owner of 113 Street. So we are asking to demolish a portion of the existing roof and extend the west wall of the house to accommodate Mrs. Field's needs for an ADA accessible program. The current state of the home is not habitable, it's inhabitable, and it's not accessible for residents. So we are looking to use the footprint, keep the front of the home, restore it with rock wall construction, and keep it and honor its historic integrity of the Freedman's Cottage, but accommodate the rear of the structure, which is not historic and was built by her, Mrs. Field's father, and that we've already received approval from staff to accommodate for the needs of making sure we acquire the minimum requirements for that are required for ADA to make the home ADA accessible. And then along with that, because the site is so small, we need to include a second story addition at the rear. So that's where we're asking approval for partial demolition of the roof. And it would be behind the existing chimney. So from streetscape, you would still see Freedman's Cottage and it would be restored to its current state. And we would like to discuss the condition of the roof as well, which Julian will go ahead and discuss.
Okay, so first of all, we had the roof checked, and this roof is probably 20 to 25 years old. It has several holes or gaps created by addition antennas and stuff being introduced into the roof. So that whole roof will need to be replaced. Also, the understructure will need to be replaced. Because water is seeping in, so it is already degrading the existing unit of the roof. There is also, in a few parts, there is also water leaking through the.
There's a bit of moisture damage coming from the roof down to the framing of the structure, down to the foundation. I also want to note that in the past, there was quite a bit of construction going on across the street that has caused quite an impact on the home itself. And you can see in some of the images that we have, and I apologize for jumping around. As you can see here, there's quite a bit of a lean to the house due to that construction. It leans roughly 5 to 10 degrees. And that lean has caused a bit of a crack. It's cracks within the entire structure that lead down to the foundation. So that's one of the big issues to this home that we have found that has become very difficult to remain in this home. And as you can see in the interior, there's, and I apologize if this is too small, but as you can see in the interior photos.
You can zoom in on some of the photos if that would help.
Oh yeah.
It's easier to do it with the mouse.
Please do,
Which
thank
one?
you. Actually, the top photo and then the bottom photo. So as you can see, there is a bit of a lean. And then if you look down on the photos below, which I know may not be in your purview, but I think the context helps with understanding why Mrs. Fields wants to move forward with this rehab and addition. So you can see quite a bit of damage that's in the interior of the house. So that's a big portion of why we want to renovate the home, add the addition at the rear of the structure and the second story that would be located on the rear to accommodate for the first floor being ADA accessible, and then to allow her family, her children and grandchildren to reside on the second floor. This house is, as I said before, owned by legacy owners for generations. Mrs. Field's family owns all the sister lots that are adjacent to the home itself. And her mother actually owns all of them, including the empty lot that is to the right side, which I can pull up. Do you mind going to the site plan for the survey? I believe I attached it. Thank you so much. So this house, as I said, has been passed down for generations. They want to keep this in the family. And in doing so, they need to make sure that it can accommodate the needs of the current residents, accommodate the needs for future residents, which would be her children, her 2 daughters, her 2 grandchildren, and to make sure that this continues to be in the family for generations to come. She has no desire to sell this to any developers. This is strictly for her family and her family only. And that is why we are, now loop back, why we're asking for partial demolition of the roof, which that's of the approval we already have of the rear structure, not historic, built in 1955, no, 19.
I think it was in late 70s, early 80s.
1975, yes, by her father. And then here's some plots we provided as well, which where we are asking for demolition, partial demolition of the roof substitution from the rear. Support from the community, neighbors from the Cooper Street and neighbors that are behind the house, and actually quite a bit of support. And one thing I would like to note that I think helps with the context of this request is that there is an important factor of maintaining the historic integrity of what's left of Cooper Street. There is quite a bit of development surrounding her home, including Grace's home and then a couple of homes 2 blocks down. So we would really want to emphasize that we are going to maintain the front portion of Friedman's Cottage, restore that to what it should be, and then secondary to accommodate the needs of Mrs. Fields.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Fields actually would like to.
Oh, okay.
Would like to say something.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sheila Fields, and I am the owner of 113 Cooper Street. And as you can see, from all the development that has gone on around me and bridge demolition, it has really had a great impact on my home. As you can see, it has created an eyesore. And I am asking you all to let me be able to fix my home so I can move back in my home, because my home is not livable. I have been here before. I'm proud that I am an owner of a Freeman Cottage. I do not want to change the front portion of my home. I just want to make it livable. Because of the bridge demolition, Grace Homes, 511 Meeting Street, and all of the development that has occurred around my house, as you can see, this is the results. It has created an eyesore for me. So I'm asking you again, would you please take a vote in favor of me fixing my home so that I could move back in my home. Me and my family have lived on Cooper Street for 67 years. And I want to return back to my home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. My fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Yes. So with the removal of the addition that's approved by staff, is there, I don't quite have a feeling of how much space there is back there. Is there not room enough to go with the 2-story element back there?
No, we have done a bit of programming to figure out with the ADA clearances and minimal requirements of what we need. So to figure out how her husband, who is a disabled vet on a wheelchair, needed to maneuver within their bedroom and bathroom. I did provide, I think a little too late, some existing plans and proposed plans, but I again recognize that is not in your purview. I'm sorry, it's okay. I know you're so when we had created this program, we took into account the radii, door clearances, making sure we have the proper clearances in the kitchen, and the current state of the home is completely closed off. Every room is closed off where you can even get a proper vibe.
It's just the nature of the,
yes.
your tiny little.
Yeah, of course. And one thing I think would be important to point out is that because the lot is so small, we can only manage to get about a 4% additional lot coverage. So that's why we are looking to add that second story. And understanding the coverage and understanding how much the structure is changing is important to us to keep that frequency honor what's there right now and just add something clear. So it's not taking away from.
Even if you were able to get like a lot coverage variance, there's still not enough.
Yes. And I would like to point out we did go to zoning first. And had spoke to a couple folks and collaborated with them on the best way to go about that. And with their help and their collaboration, we've come up with staff, we've come up with that 4% lot coverage.
One other question, it was mentioned that she owns the lot next door.
Yes.
Is there any creative solution that you could use that lot for?
Yes and no. We did get a bit of pushback from the city in trying to ease into the adjacent lot. So with that being said, we want to accommodate everyone and make sure that we meet everyone's standards. So the second story seemed the most neutral solution for all parties involved.
Is elevation part of this project? Does the flood zone not require elevation?
We are on AE 13. That is something that we need to accommodate. I have done some research and had some conversations where we do have the possibility of asking to be
FEMA variant?
Yes, there may be a FEMA variance, but we may be able to ask for some sort of condition where we could not. But that's something I need to review later down the road. I think we're just here trying to make sure we meet our commitments and receive the proper.
Yeah, I think it would be worth confirming whether you'd be
Absolutely.
eligible for that or not, because if you're not, then changes the whole scope of work,
It
right?
does, and we do have a background.
Footprint and all that.
We do have a plan B if that does, if that is accounted for.
All right, and then I don't see any, elevations to really pinpoint and clarify how much of the historic structure you want to remove, or at what point in the elevation it's being proposed to be sliced off.
Yes.
It's hard to tell.
Do you mind zooming in on this?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Sorry, do you want this side?
Let's go to the proposed side. So this is a proposed site plan demonstrating how much we need in addition to how much we need to add to the existing footprint. So it's roughly 3 feet at the rear from the existing building footprint, and roughly zoom in on the dimension that on the top, please. Just a mark of the structure. And we're going to be asking for roughly 6 feet moving out.
We go to the existing.
Yes.
So, Brandy, if you could zoom in. So the gray part has already been approved at the staff level. Could you, I don't know, go to the screen and show just like by hand how much more of the structure?
So the structure itself will be intact. This wall right here will extend out.
Okay.
To accommodate for that clearance that we need. And then if you're looking from the roof, that's where we're gonna stop. For the roof, in terms of asking for that,
So from that bump in.
Yes.
Over and then back is the historic portion that you're going to be in.
So the historic portion more or less ends at the gray area.
Are there any other questions?
And it's just not clear, like
Just-
the roof plan.
Yeah.
It's like that line seems to move from one page to another.
I guess just to make sure, yeah, that's exactly Julia. So the shed part, we've all agreed that's new,
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
So if you go to, and I'm assuming the length of the old ridge is the original Freedman's Cottage form.
Yes.
So what percentage of that ridge are you proposing to remove in this instance, as we go back to our purview?
Right.
How far back and what percentage of the total length is that?
Right, so from the, I did have drawings that I did a little later that illustrated that. So here you can see that gray that you see right there is roughly how much we are going to need approval for.
So like 50% of the historic form.
Yes.
Like a little over 50%.
Well, also keep in mind this portion is not.
Right. We're doing 50% of the historic, yeah.
And I can't emphasize enough, this is just to accommodate needs for an FPV accessible space.
And additional living space on the second floor
Yes,
for another family, right?
Yes.
Any other questions? And is it Ms. Kashmirian? Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone speaking from the public? All right. Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Sorry, it's a little angry when I start doing it now. Okay, as Mary was saying, staff did approve the removal of the non-historic portion in September of last year. And we just had another observation for the board that this is a sister house to 111 Cooper Street. The request is for half of the original historic structure, and this is a historic portion of the structure. Staff does not support the removal. Staff recommendation is denial.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Kashmirian or Ms. Fields, do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, thank you so much, Frankie, for your recommendations. Yes, I would like to reemphasize that we are only requesting, in terms of 50% of that, of the group.
Sorry, the comment was supposed to say it.
Okay.
I do apologize.
No, it's okay.
Thank you. Public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. What was that? What was just clarified there?
My comment said that it was half of the structure. It meant to say half of the historic roof.
Also the wall on the west, right? Yes. And in order to support a second story, the wall on the east would be changed as well, right?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna ask, I should have asked when I had the chance. Well, I still have I can ask again. Yeah, given the structural condition, and obviously we noticed that very prominent lean in the structure.
Yes.
I would assume to propose an addition, there's probably a pretty significant amount of structural work down the walls and even maybe to the foundation that needs to be done as well, correct?
Yes, we are working with Rockwell Construction to get that to assess and then figure out a game plan to address those issues.
Okay, so
and that lean.
So to Julia's point, is this really demolition of just the roof structure, or potentially the walls that are going to support the two-story element?
Well, to be transparent, the intention is just the roof, but if an assessment comes forward, we would have to reconsider and probably have to meet with staff and the board to review what options we have if that would arise.
And I know that it's not necessarily in our purview, but we're just freewheeling here evidently. Because it leans so much, are you proposing to try to?
Yes, we're proposing to try to get that
Try to
back,
remedy
and then,
that.
yes, and then from there restore the front portion of the existing Friedman cottage to its back to where the couch should be.
Where it was.
Yeah. Trying to think of how to say that more eloquently. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Your comment pretty much is kind of correct, I think. Where are we?
We're in board discussion.
I got you off again, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's such a pristine little form, and I mean, I absolutely want it to be renovated so that Ms. Fields and her husband can live there and have accessibility, absolutely. But it seems somewhat elective to enlarge this little Friedman cottage vertically. So I'm struggling with that because, again, our purview is limited and we don't have any control over what happens after the back half is effectively demolished.
It is, I mean, it's a little difficult to tell with the information we've got here, but 50%, I have no issue at all with the little back condition. That's fine. The back half of the roof will come off, and the same amount, except for there's a little set in, the same amount of the right-hand wall will come out an additional 3.5 feet, and so it's wall and the roof. And that's a substantial amount of that structure. So if I'm just thinking about demolition, it just seems like a pretty dramatic approach. I certainly understand the need for accessibility, believe me, and support that. And I appreciate the fact that the chimney's still going to be there, and the roof doesn't come up to the chimney, and that the chimney would need to go away as well. But I think this is a pretty dramatic approach to what might be achieved in a more surgical manner, with less impact on what is apparently one of two remaining historic Freeman style cottages street that has been dramatically altered.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the owner wanting to stay in this house, I really do. But I've yet to see anyone pull off a second floor addition to a Freeman's cottage. And I know we're not supposed to consider that. It's just a lot trying to be crammed into one space on that tiny lot. And I do wish that in some way a solution could be found on the adjacent lot for that additional square footage. I don't know what that solution is. But this is really, it's absolutely no different than the first application we saw. It's pretty much identical.
I know we've talked a lot about form and retention of form, and I think those are the concerns that you guys are voicing, and I can definitely appreciate that. It did, you know, when you see things getting developed and you ride up down one street, you see it one way, you go another place. This is one of the first times I've revisited this part of Cooper Street. And it did kind of floor me just standing there looking around at these behemoths that are towering you and over you now. And I really lamented, I just talked about, you know, going back in there, older. I was back in there probably about when that addition was built on the back. But context of things has changed quite dramatically to the point where I was looking at your home and now understanding you and maybe a couple of those other homes. They're the last survivors up there. They really are. And that's where the point of the retention of the form is important. This one's very, very difficult for me. I guess maybe I need to ask one more question because it was brought up, and Bill, you brought it up again. I think it's a good point. You mentioned approaching, was it the city, about maybe use of some of that other property, and you got pushback, I think you had said. Can I ask you, yeah. Was there reasons for that pushback?
Yeah, it was because they wanted to maintain the as much of the current lot coverage as possible. And when I had asked if there was a possibility of moving to the adjacent lot, there's much more explanation to that.
I mean, if you made a legal redrawing of that property line?
It's something we can go back and explore, but I guess the caveat is we did go to zoning the first time around, and there was a little bit of pushback in terms of the project because they were concerned with the historic integrity of the neighborhood. And one of the things that we were and still are adamant about is that that's one of our biggest priorities, is to maintain that historic integrity, but trying to find balance that gives the folks that are the owners that are living residing in that home, that own this home, a habitable space, and also accommodating the and also making sure that we maintain that historic integrity. So there's just a bit of a balance we're trying to navigate with making sure all parties involved have a sense of comfort as we're moving forward with this project.
Yeah. I guess
It's a
that's
tricky
where,
dance.
yeah, I guess that's where, to me, you can look at then the historic integrity of the neighborhood in a couple of ways. But to me, the preservation of one of these last remaining freedmen forms is preserving the historic integrity of the neighborhood to the degree that I would give consideration to expansion or whatever, you know? Zoning board.
Yeah, when it comes to property lines, that's a pretty cut and dry thing. Did you approach it as a property line abandonment or? Okay, I think that's the route that you look at.
And I guess I may have a question for y'all, and I'm not sure if y'all can answer this or not, but in the past, we've always gone to them first and then back to the demo, but this time they wanted us to come to you all first. So I guess some direction on if y'all mention not, what is the route to go then?
And I will add, Ms. Penny over BZA came to us and asked how much of the structure we had approved for demolition, and I provided the original drawings where we did the staff approval for that rear addition, which she provided to her board, and they have sort of been bounced between the two of us with BZA looking for confirmation on what they have gotten approval to demolish while they are requesting these reductions of setbacks. And most recently, they have been sent here to request that demolition for what they're proposing.
And I will point out that we did propose a larger footprint and have shrunk it quite a bit. We went from asking for an additional 10% and shrunk it down to 4% based on zoning comments.
But that was working within the existing confines of the law, correct?
I think if there is a denial here today, you should seek to abandon that property line and see if that's something that zoning could get on board with. But as to this design, I feel like this is the meeting. We're in the Wild West and considering things that we don't normally consider. You know, I am, one thing, this is not a complete demolition, it's a partial demolition. And I realize that we have, in the recent past, you know, maybe approved partial demolition of some portion of a roof. Here, personally, because this is a legacy property, and I just said in the last application, it is important to me, and I think it should be important to the city to preserve the diversity of the peninsula, and we need to be encouraging residents to remain in their properties. This is one, again, we don't have a policy right on it, but I am more willing in this case when it's a legacy property, a long-time resident, to perhaps approve more demolition than I typically would. And in this case, this isn't even a full demolition. It is maintaining the historic structure, I guess 50% of the historic structure, and here's where I'll defer to the architects and those with much more experience. If this could be approved, and there still could be, we still could maintain the historic integrity, but in this case, I'm willing to do more than I normally would because this is a legacy property. This is a long-time Charleston resident.
I guess another question, and maybe of staff, maybe the board's recollection. So we had one that came in over there sort of near the Citadel.
Is it on Hagen?
Hagen, I think it was, yeah. And I think the applicant was asking for demolition of the back portion of, I believe it was a Freedman's Form, close to it.
A cutout thing.
And then they were gonna do what everybody, camelback, whatever everybody called it. That wasn't received very well.
It was 8% of their roof, right?
I will add that that structure did have intact metal roof, and it was a contributing structure to the National Register District.
So it is a little bit different case. Okay.
maybe it warrants a deferral to allow the applicant to really explore other alternatives and explore requesting less demolition, explore, something.
Have you explored some sort of program that would allow for less demolition of the historic portion? So we're looking at 50% right now.
Yes, we have. So the existing footprint of the structure is basically where you see, or where we had seen that addition that we are approved for demolition is basically just the master suite. And then within the center of that, you just have a kitchen and a living room, and then another room at the front of the house. So that is basically your entire program for that existing footprint. So when taking that into consideration and recognizing that each room is completely closed off, we had to figure out how do we open up this space to make sure that this space can be utilized in a way where the owner can comfortably live. And so taking that into consideration, we explored ways of pushing back more. That was met with the footprint back more, and that was met with a little bit of resistance from zoning. And then we explored pushing it more towards the west, and that also was pushed back. So our next consideration was looking at adjacent properties throughout all of Cooper Street and figuring out what can we do then going vertical, but also making sure that we're honoring that view from the street and honoring the freedom's agency from the street. So that was the intent of why we are asking for a second story. It's really just to accommodate the needs of her children and also the needs of the needs of the students as well.
Looking at the aerial view, and there's the neighbor next door is essentially the same, and it would be a shame to lose either or both of their geometric integrity.
I'm not opposed to deferral, especially to explore the idea of abandoning the property line, potentially creating something cheaper.
Or even moving it, right, to, I don't know how big that property is, if you could move it and still have a, buildable, viable piece of property, but yeah, I agree.
Just to deferral to explore that.
Maggie, would you be able to kind of help interface with Lee and just see what could be picked up there? All right, so I'll make a motion for deferral to allow the applicant to explore alternatives with the goal of reducing demolition. To the historic form.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral of the application to allow the applicant to explore alternatives with the goal of reducing demolition of the historic form. Do I have a second?
Second.
Put the motion to a vote. Bill Turner?
Deferral.
Lamar?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Lucy, if you like, I will try to coordinate a meeting between you and me and zoning, and maybe we can all get word together and see what we can come up with.
Thank you.
Oh, and you too, Whitfield, if you would like.
Yes.
Agenda item number 5, 22 Thomas Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview when you are ready.
Well, give me 1 second, we have a presentation issue, so I am going to swap over to the little flash drive.
2 Thomas is requesting after-the-fact approval for piazza features, including columns, balustrades, spindles, piazza screens, and gutters. It is a Category 3 in Radcliffe Borough, circa 1840 in the Old and Historic District. This is the property's location on Thomas Street. Existing site photos, context of Thomas Street. Landform map showing the history of the property from 1986. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, my name is Matt Taylor. I was contracted by the Edwards to come to their home and install a, I guess, detached piazza stair line that was approved by the VR previously. We applied the rail sets on that stair line. I don't know if you can go back to that. I don't want to touch the remote. A little under the weather. I think there's a front view of that stairwell. It shows the rail sets and the pickets that were utilized. Upon applying this stairwell, we encountered the attachment at the second floor piazza had a significant rot at the band and beam line there. So we had to repair and replace. And upon doing so, all of the rail sets on the first floor piazza and the second floor were rotted out and infested with termites. So to make the structure safe, we removed all the rail sets, repaired the first floor piazza columns, and the second floor piazza columns were replaced with fiberglass columns. From the ground, if they're painted, you can't tell. They still carry the same turned look as the original wooden columns, which we probably still be waiting for now. Those have been ordered. Being that the stairwell was previously approved by the VAR in its current style of the rail sets and spindles, we utilize the same style of spindles and rail sets to complete the structural line on the first and second floor piazzas to make it safe for the second floor tenancy of Ms. Edwards to occupy her home. There were piecemeal blind material that were applied, looked like there were old shutters on the first floor to provide some privacy for Ms. Edwards. We replaced that with louver blind look structures. And each one of those cells between columns, as you can see, their position based on the stairwell. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Edwards to come forward and provide a little more history of the home.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Laura, thank you for your time. I am Rob Edwards, and second, as Matt said, we're here with my mother, Gloria Edwards, my brother, Prince Edwards, and host, James Edwards. That's our home house. We've been there since 1965. A week ago to this day, our father, James D. Edwards, longtime Charleston community person, he was really the keeper of the home and the grounds and made sure that we kept everything to standard. We've never had any issues with the bar. We've always complied with everything in the neighborhood. And we're here today asking for that allowance for the permit. We're asking for an extension of that the bar grants us that allowance to include the work that Matt Taylor and company performed. The reason why we're asking, anytime wood is like paper touch, I'm sure you've heard and seen this before, but when you stick your hand in wood and it can go through like loose leaf paper, that's a problem. So to have those nicely erected stairs put up as they did, and no way to attach it to the house, that's a problem. So yes, I do understand that we did proceed with the work. We do understand how the fashion of the bar. Two things that come to mind is historical preservation and also the form, the retention, the consistency of the house. The work that was performed, it is in line with what's in the neighborhood. I will say right now, as far as the look, as of today, it's 18 Thomas Street, 25 Thomas Street, 28 Thomas Street, and I think 20 Thomas. We're 22 Thomas, so they all have those same type spindles or balusters. It all has the same look and feel, and that's just the block, the immediate block where we reside. A couple of other things that I'll share. Again, Matt covered the work. It's dangerous. I mean, we couldn't step on those boards. We definitely didn't want mom stepping on those boards or us. No one wants to fall through the boards that were there. Something else I like to say is the work has been completed as shared. The work has been done in compliance, has the same look, feeling with what's in the neighborhood. The only thing that needs to be done is for one last gutter to be replaced in the exact same paint. Matt and company are on hold. We're in a holding pattern. We're in hopes that we can get a thumbs up from the bar today. But that's it. No more hammering, no more sewing. Everything is done. And it does have the same look and feel as what's in the neighborhood. A couple more things. While we know we're in a historical district, we know that that home is not a historical residence. So I believe, I'm hoping for some grace. We know some homes have to be, if you take something down, if it's a historical property, it has to be replaced exactly with that same material. But again, we've been in that house for almost 6 decades. We've seen the changes. We've seen how the other homes in the neighborhood, I guess they had to come to the bar as well, and their replacements looks just like what we had. Neighbors have been asking us who's done the work. We like the renovations, and that's a good positive. So we like that. We like hearing that, and surely I know our contractor does. He's not new to this. And I'll close out by saying, let's say, again, 57 years there, 57 years in that property. That's our home house. We wouldn't do anything that would go against the grain or try to just arbitrarily make rules. We definitely know we have to come through the bar. All roads stop at the bar. We understand that loud and clear. But we're just asking right now for your grace, a little bit of grace for what we've done to make sure that that job we can wrap it up and complete what's done.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Yes, ma'am.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicants?
I have one for Frankie. Frankie, I assume a permit was given for, on the stairs for
There
replacement or
was
changes?
a non-historic metal staircase, and there was a permit to replace that metal staircase with the wooden staircase.
Were any drawings submitted?
I believe there were drawings in the permit, if I remember correctly, that the stairs match what we do have.
Yes, there were drawings, and I have a copy here if you need to see them.
I'm just trying to separate things out.
Yes, and as to your question, metal stairs were there, and they, over time, again, they got to the point where they were really, really feeble. And the thing was our architect went out and surveyed homes as needed, and he saw a lot of replacements were wood versus the metal. That's why we went with the wood structure.
And we had no issue with the stairs being replaced or them being as they are. It was just that other material had been replaced as well.
So we can take the stairs out of the equation?
We can take the stairs out of the equation.
Any other questions?
So just to be clear, I don't know if you have a photograph of it, but the turn balusters that were pretty much all there a year ago, those have been thrown away, they're gone?
I'll defer to the contractor, but I will say from what I saw, they were rotten. And the decision was to make a replacement, because they couldn't be salvaged or used. Even when I saw like the bottom parts of the balusters, it's nothing to hold that. I mean, there was no way to even if you trimmed it off and tried to make it shorter or something, either the top part or the lower part didn't have anything to hold. It wasn't there to into a new rail set, another 2x4s.
Coffee and pink was holding that thing together.
Could the, I mean, I've repaired a lot of houses.
Can't make them shorter.
And the thing to do is to cut off the rod on the bottom and dowel in a piece on the bottom.
No.
And so they were eaten from top to bottom.
Last year,
I could literally take
this
a
February of last year.
and all and reach in and scoop out
So from top to bottom.
inside, like that much of the field of the base is gone. We have over 300 balusters up there. And those are about $68 to $90 a piece, depending on who you buy them from. That's about $16,000 in balusters.
Why didn't you stop and seek approval for just going on?
That is a good question. I was in the guise of safety, to get it restored back so that she could occupy her home and not have to worry about falling off the front porch. And there's a second story tenant is up there. We have crypts, so instead of leaving the crypts in place, columns were replaced and the rail sets were replaced so that the tenancy could return to the home. That's the reason why that was done. It might have been a poor decision, asking for forgiveness. I did it in a guise of safety.
Any other questions? Thank you. Okay, we have no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Evening, my name is Reverend Brent Edwards, and I am a son of this home. Mom and Dad actually purchased this home the year I was born, which was 1965. And so we've been living there all these years, but we've also extended the home to tenants, college students who stay on the third floor. And we're hoping that we will be able to move forward, that the board sees fit to move forward, just to finalize this with the simple painting and the adding of a gutter. If you look at the, on the third floor, the way the house is positioned, 22 Thomas Street is the only house on the entire street that comes out to the sidewalk. All of the other homes in Thomas Street have either some type of yard in front of them or they're pushed back, but our home comes right out on the street. And also because of that, when it rains really bad, the rain comes this way and over wear and tear. And I've watched this, almost an accident waiting to happen since I was a child, because of the constant rain always coming this way, whatever which way the wind is blowing, even in this area here. I believe, I'm not a carpenter by trade, but it had a lot to do with the rotting, that extensive decay of the railings and the extensive decay of the porch. And so it really became a safety hazard. It really became a safety hazard. So I just wanted just to share just some light on what Matt said of that happening. Also, my mother, you know, she's 89. Doesn't like me tell her age, but I'm saying that for the context. Dad just passed away 1 week. Next week will be the anniversary of our father passing away. We want her to live as long as she can. It really has become a safety hazard. My parents have been professionals in the Charleston community for so many years, have contributed to the life of the Radcliffe Borough area. And so we're just hoping that with your permission and with your blessings that we can move forward. We've been great stewards over 22 times. There's a little proverb that says it takes a whole village to raise a child. We've been with our neighbors at 21 Thomas Street, 22 Thomas Street. We've got stories. We can actually write a book about the history of downtown Charleston. So we're hoping that you would take this into consideration and give us your blessing. Just the paint was there, and it looks just like the rest of the neighborhood. You know, all of us are historians, all of us are educators, and we all are historians on our own right. So one of the things that we always wanted to make sure with 22 Thomas Street that it is in line with historic downtown Charleston because of the rich history in that area. And thank you for your time.
Anyone speaking from the public?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for after-the-fact approval of Piazza Features at 22 Thomas Street. The after-the-fact nature of this project is concerning and could have been avoided if the contractor had been in better communication with the city staff about what is permitted in the historic district. The fact that the owner is a long-term owner of this house is important to us, and we've already seen too much displacement within our historic districts. To us, the most important or the most significant change that needs to be addressed to retain the historic character of the house is the piazza balusters. Hopefully, the contractor salvaged the balusters that were in good condition and can reinstall them. We noted in the letter included in the application that the balusters were quoted as being $60 to $120 each. I called Southern Lumber. According to Southern Lumber, if the former balusters were stock profile, the cost is $32 to $40 per baluster. Custom profiles will cost more, approximately $50 to $70 each. Another preservation contractor was quoted and told me $20 to $25 per baluster for a typical profile. We acknowledge that this is still pricey, but hopefully only a small percentage of the balusters actually need replacement and the remaining balusters can be reinstalled.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society appreciates the owner's clear explanation of the series of events behind the work that was undertaken, and it's clear that the intent was to steward the historic property well. However, the Board of Architectural Review process is in place to ensure that repairs are made as sensitively as possible. It's really unfortunate to see after the fact changes that could have been prevented had there been proper communication with and review by BAR staff. The way that this work was done, and we would echo Historic Charleston Foundation in particular with regard to the balusters, it erodes the integrity of this historic building, and we encourage exploring some form of compromise whereby some of these unapproved changes can be mitigated without requiring undue expense and cost and fully returning the property to its previous condition, but we would ask for conversation about compromise. Thank you.
Last speaking to the public.
Yeah. It's different. Jackson Whipper. I understand your what we're dealing with. But ask the board to consider some form of mitigation that will allow this majority part of this project to remain in place. The idea of what you have again is in the sense of on the dates at 1840 is it's really sensitive. I think that when looking at what you're looking at, yes, there's a way to, in the interim, allow for the assessment of what needs to be replaced, but to allow that what needs to be done functional would be a good approach to this. Would you all consider that? The average home is hosting me. That's why I'm comfortable getting out. I've been there. I know that the family is in the best that they can to make sure that what is the image of Charleston is protected. I can tell you that being there, I know that that's what's happened. Thank you for your consideration.
Anyone else speaking from the public? You'll have an opportunity to respond. Thank you. If you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
I had a feeling the board would ask about what permits and when. So there were 2 permits approved last year. 926, a permit for repainting to match, and October 5th to remove decaying metal staircase and replace with wood staircase matched similarly. Staff comments are that architectural features that have been replaced but do not match the original include the balustrade, the rails and balusters, columns, piazza louvers and what we've read either called spindles or a spool. Girls should be replaced to match. They should be with dimensions and profiles to match the previous as represented in historic photographs. And that there was a material quote for polyurethane balusters, which was not appropriate for this house. A staff recommendation was for denial after the fact with staff comments. I will note staff was sort of considering this like an appeal. These were the things that we stated needed to be changed. And if they did not agree with staff, they could bring it to the board.
Thank you, Frankie. Okay, now, Mr. Edwards, did you want to, or Mr. Taylor, respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, ma'am. A couple of things. Thank you for the comment. Regarding the balusters, again, right before we came today, I took pictures on my phone. 18 Thomas Street, 25 Thomas Street, 28 Thomas Street, and 20 Thomas Street. They all have the 2x2 balusters. They all have been replaced. We were there when the original balusters had the kind of referred to them like kind of profile-ish with the shapes. Yes, years ago, several years ago, that's what was on basically all of those properties. But right now, present day, those are 4 properties, not including ours, that have the 2x2 wooden pickets. That's what's there right now, today. I understand and respect the comments, they're duly noted, but again, we're going with the consistency. One thing I've heard, consistency, the integrity of the property, form, we've kept with the form. Even with the bar-proof spindles up, balusters on the rail sets going up the stairs, we now match the house. The house is not mismatched, it's consistent, and it looks good. That's the feedback that we're getting from neighbors. And it also matches the consistency of the neighborhood. Regarding the prices, I'll be honest with you, rather than spend the rail sets or $60 or whatever that cost may be, our estimates were around between $18,000 to replace 300 spigots or $34,000 on the high side. Does not include what holds the balusters, does not include the cost for labor and other materials. We didn't have that funding to put towards the balusters. The logical thing for us to do was to do the 2x2s. So we ask that you please consider, again, 18 Thomas, 25 Thomas, 28 Thomas, and 20 Thomas. They all have, a matter of fact, I think the third picture that you showed, man, it shows 18 Thomas with the 2x2 pickets that are there.
Good afternoon, staff. I'd like to say, how subjective can you be? My 3 sons and I are laboring, trying to maintain, to keep the standards. Way back in 1961, 1965, Jim and I, as a young couple, decided to purchase 22 Thomas Street. And our parents were so ecstatic to see the brave move we made as a young couple in the beautiful historic town of Charleston, South Carolina. And we worked diligently to pay every penny. To date, there's not a penny owed on 22 Thomas Street. Not even the taxes. We maintain paying the taxes. Even to this date, our taxes are paid. My question to you is, how subjective can you be? Can you search into the very bottom of your hearts and say, give us another chance? All we need is one more chance to try to continue to complete the work that needs to be done. Because they're working so beautifully, my 3 sons and I. And so again, I ask you, could you just give us another chance? We'll let you see that people maintain status quo that is in this neighborhood with all these fine people around us. Even the church on the corner is a record of ours. They even fashion and painted their houses the crimson and cream like ours is, St. Mark Episcopal Church. And so, yeah, I would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Members of the board, we ask for your grace and your mercy, and just not for, I feel like, our situation, but other situations as well. Being in compliance with board standards is not an easy task. Everybody's situation is different, and everybody handles their situations differently as best as they can. But the one thing I can say is we are not non-compliant people. We ask again, pretty much for you understanding the situation. Whatever we need to do, we do. Whatever we need to be in compliance with, and we always have been in compliance, not just with our home, but everything we do in our life. So we ask you to have compassion and again have mercy, but this not for the Edwards family, but even for some of the other members that come up here to represent their own situations. We thank you all, and we just ask you just to please again consider the situation of us wanting to do and always trying to do the right thing. God bless y'all.
Right, public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I would say this is a really beautiful home, and I've admired it often. And Ms. Edwards, I never would have guessed your age, just for the record. And I don't think that the family had any ill intent in this situation. But harm was done. I wish the contractor had done a little more homework and gotten everything fully reviewed and permitted, because we wouldn't be in this situation. I feel like if indeed all those balusters have just been thrown in a dumpster, that was a major loss of fabric that most likely, based on photographs from a year ago, most of them could have been salvaged and reused. And I agree with the preservation groups that that element is the most important for the integrity of the house. And it's different from the stairs, because the stairs are not original, they were metal, and replacing them is a whole different calculus from replacing elements on the piazza, the original piazza. So I think there's got to be some way to mitigate the loss of the turn balusters on the piazza. And I'm just really sad that if they got thrown away, that they're lost. That was a major waste, big mistake.
Frankie, I have a question. Were there panels around the second floor porch?
Oh yeah, that spandrel panel, was that just thrown away too? Like, why?
Oh, I see, that's, okay, I didn't see that.
It was there last year in the street
Do you have
view.
a question about that?
Yes.
Yes.
If it, was
what
that?
happened to
No, so that picture is not from last year.
No, but I'm
This is
looking
the
at the,
architecture inventory, the street view I have is at the wrong angle.
but I can see it in February
Yes.
22.
So the weathering, so my brother Grant spoke about the weathering. Over the years, those spindles have been gone. They've been falling one by one like teeth because of the, again, over the years, the wood rock, the weathering, that water that comes on that second, the lower piazza, no spindles. On the upper area, they're falling out. The best way I can say is like teeth, nothing to hold on to. And yes, Dad did try to salvage those, but again, when you have that type of rod on the ends, particularly on the ends, not the ball part, those have the balls, but those ends, nothing to hold on to. So I haven't seen those. That's a nice picture from years ago. Like you said, it's from the archives, but not recently, and if so, it might have been one little section, but not a wraparound on that whole second piazza or the second. No.
I'm looking at
We just don't have any actual before pictures.
Which one?
February of 22, the spandrel panel was intact up there. It might have needed repair, but it was there.
If you walk by there and look, there's still the holes are still present where they were at one time.
And I definitely agree with that, because again, that they didn't have anything to stay up there. So what I'm saying is, yes, some may have been there, but not the front side, no. And I'm looking at the top, the second piazza, no. Can I see pictures?
Yeah, you want to come look?
I
That's
don't wanna sound
totally
like
out of
I'm
order. I don't know.
advocating something. I don't wanna
We're in the Wild West.
Yes, this meeting. So this is the south elevation.
Yes.
And I can also see this panel on the front. So the street side elevation is there too, February of last year. So it seems like.
Right, so for just this section, this is glass, right?
Right now I'm talking about that.
Yes, yes, right, this section right here. So it's like on that second piazza, that second section, not the first one, but the second one in that middle, but the front two that are 90 degrees. No, ma'am.
Do you want me to show you that too? Because when it shows up here, this is this year. If I look at February of last year. Kind of look through the trees here, but is that there? See that panel? Can you see? Oh, that's really so sad.
Jeez.
Sorry. February. Can you get it better? Oh, you went way in.
Board discussion?
Yeah, we're in board discussion right now. Yeah, we're in board discussion, so I realize I said we're in Wild West, but now we're back in board discussion. Back in the east. Public comment is closed.
So in all situations, we have to review all situations to some degree of equality, right? I mean, all of them. And so what we're looking at really is the physical that is existing and what is existing now. And we have to make a judgment, is that or the substitution for what was. So the way we usually analyze this is, if an application was made to do this work, would we have approved it? That's the way we look at it. So if someone came and you had drawings of the house that was with the turned balusters and the spindles and everything, and someone did a drawing presenting 2x2s, would we approve that? That's the way we have to look at this. So, and also a substitution of some things like a turned wood column, albeit conditioned, versus a fiberglass column. So I can tell you, as precedent goes, we don't approve fiberglass columns. That's just kind of a given, unless it's new construction. But the other idea that, well, you have an approved stair that has this type of picket, so we carried that through. Stairs are really secondary or even tertiary elements to the main construction of the house. So a reduction of detail on a stair down to like a 2x2 or whatever is very appropriate versus a turned baluster. The other thing we have to look at is, okay, and it's hard to hear that there were a lot of houses that had turned and now they all have these square pickets. But we can't take the context of what was done, some of it done even maybe without permission, just done, and people got away with it, as now the new precedent of the neighborhood. The historic precedent of the neighborhood, actually your house was one of the shining examples of historic precedent in the neighborhood with the term balusters and the detailing. That has been lost. We had an application recently for someone who wanted to replace some windows with the type that have the little division in between insulated glass, you know, it's that sort of stuff that's pretty basic. Replace historic windows because somebody else did it down the street. So you can't take the lowest denominator of what's happened and start using that as precedent, because soon we're going to live in a city that's covered with vinyl and plastic windows, and it's not going to be true. The reason we try to make efforts to preserve these things is because it is the real living history of the city. You had probably one of the best examples of that. And I can say I've been working in the city for over 30 years. I've done plenty of these deals with balusters, and you're right, rot, everything happens. But I've never encountered a porch where 100% of the balusters were all rot, ever. There's always some percentage of the balusters that are not rot. So I'm lamenting the fact that there's probably some good detail, true historic detail that was discarded in the dumpster. Okay. They're not in the dumpster. They are on site. Okay.
On site, the ones that were infested with termites, completely rotted out, could not be utilized, were discarded.
Were discarded. Okay. So there are a number of them that are still there.
Yes, sir. I apologize for interrupting.
I appreciate you saying that. Okay, I appreciate you saying that because I misinterpreted something that was said earlier. So I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad they're still there. That those items, so in the normal course of process, the way that I know that it's presented and approved pretty readily is, look, we do have some rotten balusters, for example, but we have some that are viable. We want to go ahead and use the ones that are viable closer up to the front sections of the house. And we will use the replacements that we will get turned to match those in the rear portions. This is just, it's not a matter of favor or preference or anything like that. It's just a matter of procedure of the way that the board administers things be done, okay? And I shouldn't even say administers, but I would say that approves things to be done. Because there are definitely people who come in and propose to do things different ways, and we do weigh those things out. There may be a degree of compromise. It might be that those balusters are a special turning. And we might say, well, that might be cost. And cost is something we're not to consider either. No cost considerations on our board. But as a matter of discussion, situation, whatever it might be, we might say, okay, we're willing to meet you part of the way and say, well, maybe look at some standard turn profiles versus custom turn profiles, things like that. So I really need to get around to, in my mind, what board usually does in situations like this, okay? After the fact situations are always difficult for this board because it does present a situation that it's difficult for the owners, it's difficult for us to review. And that's why one thing we do try to get out there as much as we can is if ever a situation comes upon a job site and something looks like it's gonna have to be removed, replaced, or whatever, stop and consult with the city. Consult with staff because they will be able to tell you the procedural way to get this done and save you a lot of time, effort, and you know, the fact that now there's an installation of materials there that you have to look at would we have approved in the first place. So
it's pretty clear that no, we would not have. And I just think it's really unfortunate that the contractor proceeded and went so far without a permit. I'm not comfortable with allowing that to go unchecked, especially since it was, the details on this house are really impressive and character defining, including the standrail panel and the balusters. I'm not at all worried about the piazza louvers. Those are not an original feature. And personally, given the long-term homeownership and legacy property, I could probably be okay with the fiberglass columns in this particular situation, but I think the contractor really owes it to the property to go back and find the balusters, the elements that can be salvaged, and replace them, and get other ones to match where they're missing. I think that's what this property deserves, and this family.
I agree with what you say. The real tragedy here is that when it became apparent that the work was going to exceed the permit, no additional permit was applied for. That's the real tragedy here, because had that simple act been taken by the contractor, then we wouldn't have gotten the permit, or they talked to staff and got approval for the proper procedures to go along with the work. That was not done. And the other thing, the other big tragedy is that most of that work could have been done initially for not much more money than I'm sure was what was spent on what is there now. If you could make a little adjustment, perhaps those spindles, we don't know what they look like, but perhaps, they couldn't be matched exactly with a standard turn spindle, but there's one that's very close. The $20 for a stock spindle is expensive. You can buy reasonable, nice appearing stock treated pine spindles for $12 a piece. I did the research this afternoon when I was looking over this. And so financially, and that's not something that we obviously are mandated to consider, but financially the tragedy is that most of this work could have been done properly for not much more money, I think, than was actually spent here. The other thing is that this went, I find it difficult to excuse going this far beyond a permit without stopping and doing the right thing, which is to secure a proper permit and get proper guidance and approvals from city. And Julie, the fiberglass columns up top do not duplicate the ones that were there. The ones that were there were much for higher style. What's been lost at the top of the porch side, now that's retrievable, but I think some mitigation is going to have to be done at the top just for general construction, because now you've got for bees, and so I think there's some mitigation that has to occur there. I'm up in the air about the fiberglass columns, but I think the railing spindles, the bottom rails are a 2x4, the top rails are a 2x4 with a cap. That was never the configuration of that rail. I think that the porch railing needs to be restored.
All right, I'm gonna try to make a motion for denial of after-the-fact demolition of original balustrade and spandrel panels. Does that kind of tell the whole story? Does that tell the whole story? Is that enough?
I don't know how my fellow board members feel about the fiberglass columns. We just have never, that I'm aware of, ever allowed a fiberglass column.
And I conceded that it would be a one-time thing, a little concession to
Everything we do.
these particular applicants.
It gives me.
I do have a part for fiberglass columns. I think it sets a dangerous precedent. And also, if you stand out and look, they're underscaled for what used to be there. They're much thinner than what was originally out there. And then there are other elements also, like the rails of the balustrade. They're simple, made out of simple 2x4s. They were much beefier then. And there's evidence of that as to how the holes have been plugged beneath the rails.
I do understand. I just feel so bad for this family, and it's not their fault at all.
I feel bad for the family too, but they had a licensed contractor that should have known that.
Yeah.
And ultimately, of course, analysis that issue would be between the property owner and the contractor.
Right.
However they sought to work that out. I am in this where I'm particularly sympathetic to the property owners.
Mm-hmm.
But, this is what has happened here, what the contractor has allowed to happen here is pretty egregious.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'll make a motion for denial of after-the-fact demolition of original balustrade columns and spandrel panels.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for denial of after-the-fact demolition of the original balustrade columns and spandrel panels. Do I have a second?
And maybe do staff comment number 2, if you don't mind. Materials should be replaced to match.
Okay. 2, do you have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner, Julia,
In favor.
Silva.
Yay in favor.
Chair votes the majority, the motion passes unanimously, and I hope you all know that this board, I hope the discussion is not viewing this as something that you all did purposefully, and I think it pains all of us to make this decision.
If it would help the family, the staff could come and do a site visit with you guys and look at the rails that are still on site and see if we can help you sort through them, find what's useful. If anything like that would be useful for the family.
Can you tell me what is your final analysis?
Oh, so what the board, I guess, so we did not deny replacement of
Louvered panels.
delivered panels. Everything else, the after the fact demolition was, can you hear me? You'll just speak up more?
Yes.
So what the board did was deny the after the fact demolition of the columns, the balusters, and the spandrel panel that was along the top. So what city staff has said is they would like to meet with you. We understand that some of the original pieces are on site in your backyard. They're going to meet with you on site just to figure out, help you through it and see which ones can be replaced. And they probably have some really good contacts and resources that you could use to lessen the impact.
So you were saying that all of the repairs are okay with the exception of those 3 things, just to be clear? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That includes the columns. In other words, the fiberglass columns have to be replaced, correct?
Correct. Yes.
The rail sets have to be replaced. So in other words, they have to take down all of the work, so that's money wasted. Didn't have at the time, we did it this way because of the cost. So we understand you all's ruling, we understand you all's rules, but pretty much, Mom, everything up there is trash.
Oh, no.
It's all trash because it's not to their standard or what they say is apropos. So he has to undo all of that and go back and use those balustrades in the yard that are halfway rotten, salvage them, and he already said the bottom portions of them are rotten.
I think the other thing you need to remember is what Mr. Wilson said, who is a licensed contractor, that if your contractor had done things according to procedure and pursued permits to do that work, that would have been caught and presented to staff before it ever happened.
We do not believe you intentionally did that.
We do not. But he's a licensed contractor. He's worked in the city a long time, and he's just saying proper procedure would have been for your contractor to get a license to do that work. And in that review, to get the permit, it would have come in front of her desk, and this never would have happened.
And virtually all of this could have been that staff.
Oh, all of it.
I mean, it wouldn't have had to come to the board at all. But it could have been done the correct way. And like I said, I believe that properly approached with the help of staff, this work could have been done for not a lot more than probably what it cost to do it the way it was done. Because there are a lot of ways to mitigate the cost in restoring some of these things. I mean, if those wooden columns were just a little rotten at the bottom, you can repair them.
That's right.
They weren't just a little rotten. But I just, we want to just say, first of all, thank you for your expertise. I actually live in Asheville, North Carolina, and I'm on the Land Trust Board of Asheville, so I totally understand. So please understand, Asheville's another animal, but we thank you for your expertise. Please understand, we totally understand. I understand these difficulties. But at the same time, when you're not walking in the actual shoes, like it's easy, I just want to say this, like it may be easy from your position to say, well, you can just go purchase the spindles. But you may not always know the economic status of the people on the other side of the line. So there's something called empathy. I understand the professionalism. Matter of fact, I have a board meeting of, I understand, I'm on the land trust, so I understand the language, but just also remember that we appreciate you, we will comply because we are compliant people, and so we will comply. We will comply. But just also understand that also it's easy. So I would even suggest that even watching your language in terms of you can just go and purchase this, or you can just, I checked it today, and you can just go and purchase this for $12 or $20. That may be easy for you to say, but until you know the economic situations of the person on the other side of the line, just use better language. But we understand the expertise. Don't ever say, well, you can just do this, because that may be your reality, but it may not be everyone else's. And I can provide even statistics here in Charleston. So we thank you all, and we will comply, and we would like to meet with someone sooner or later. Yes, and if we can make that arrangement and move forward from there.
Oh. I do not have your contact info, only your contractor, but that is my phone. I know it's tiny and I'm sorry. I've made requests for it to be bigger. But that is my phone number, email. Let me see if I can help provide you some resources for how to do this. And I believe there is a contact in the housing department that I can get you in touch with that helps with finding funding sources for when boards require things to be kept to a certain standard. I'm not sure how it works, how he handles that. I'm just told to direct it to one of the lovely ladies there. But I can get you in touch with her and see if there's options to help.
And I know that it's a long meeting. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 7:43.
Sorry for the long.
Oh, no, that's great, thank you. I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow. And not gonna be the last one to say my life. But I know that there is a company that helps with talks about when cases like this, where the board has made to keep a specific standard by family contract, especially with legacy homeowners. So I'm happy to get you in touch with him. I can get it to you first thing in the morning tomorrow. Crash. But yeah, first thing tomorrow, I'm gonna give you a call, get you all the contacts that I have. What I would do is maybe whatever.
So right now, so it's just all stuff. Once we get you all, you know, let's say we work for city contract. Like everything is.
I worked in this condition.
Not go do this everything right now. This is, and you need to deal with it makes sense. So that you're not creating your job.
I was visiting my son in Maryland.
So, however we do this.
I was in your class since
So,
sixth grade.
the way it works is, staff does not have.
And she says,
So with something like this, what was it? The contractor.
I said, you?
They have to go 2 months. I wish I had thought, I didn't realize how they got
You taught people, you know, and just never knew.
Had I realized the situation.
I have my master's.
That's great too.
3 hours of college. So I can work those right. Actually, I have another side.
Can't do it all.
So,
I'd rather what do we need to do, how do we need to adjust?
Did you grow up in Charleston too?
Two of 7
Do you have work in conservation? And yeah, I was gonna give you my card because I know the city staff is gonna help with, you know, resources, but this is my name.
College of Charleston.
There's anything we can help with.
It's 207. The board's got double porches. It's a big single house.
To offer, you know, point you in the right direction, so that you can do it.
No, it's not.
Most cost effective.
It's still has temporary we said.
Continue to do that.
You probably know my brother.
No.
We've done so.
You've got, this is not,
I don't know.
kind of.
And they get it done. Yes, they take good care of their
And so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
We've done some architectural.
Give it extra.
Wow.
And my dad, I never remember.
Now, 2.5 years ago, I retired.
I'm semi-retired, but I still know a lot of stuff.
Are you an alternate or are you on the board now?
Yeah, they suck me. I'm on the board now.
Did you take Logan's place?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good, I'm
It was
excited to
like,
have you on
I
the
think he
board.
was out the door one day and I was in the door. I don't think
Really?
they wasted much time.
That's good.
I'm sure you
That's good. You know what's going on.
Thomas Street changed so much.
What's your future project?
It's.
I've looked at all of them, sometimes I forget who's they are. I studied over 186.
186 is the building on the corner of St. Philip Street.
I'm just glad that
It's gone.
It
Isn't
looks
that
better as a
funny?
makeup lot.
It's just, but I walk back section of
Oh, no.
Canada so frequently. Even the fact that
Yeah.
there's a shadow on this.
Sometimes it's just too much of a good time.
So, it was about It's a pretty one?
That's a
Talk about it.
That is a problem. It's in summer. It's so late on.
How's your new house?
Great. You know, I just finished opening up the upstairs piazza. Piazza enclosure. Of course, my real estate friends tell me that I'm lying. Get rid of square footage, get rid of the bathroom. It looks like crap, you know. So I just finished that. Got the painters going out. Got most of my first floor done. Finished installing the kitchen.
In fact, he reorganized after he came.
That's amazing.
Doing most of it myself.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That's, you're moving fast.
Yeah.
I know, that's crazy.
I know.
I know.
We don't know where we spend this.
That's crazy. Well, I'm glad you're here.
And you're a musician too?
I figure out.
I sing out.
Sometimes you can tell by people's voice when they have a pretty singing voice, and I
But
can tell.
I have a deeper voice than I thought. Singing out.
It's been a while since I've been around here, but
Oh my goodness.
He's doing from Asheville all day.
Oh my goodness.
I tend to forget.
Yeah,
tend to
well, it's
forget
about
those things
dinner
up here.
time. You're really
I hope we didn't take a
Oh,
long.
you pulling all the big from
I gave my mother my card.
Praise the Lord.
The preservation society.
This board and the other both. Let's take you on the meetings like this.
It's a really special property you have and special people. Thank you. All you've done to do it.
I said, oh, at first I thought you were excited about my place.
I know, we're kind of scary, aren't we?
I saw y'all both coming up to us.
Just want to say thank you for your expertise. This was just, it was kind of really emotional for us because of the, so much that's been invested into the life, but we totally understand the logistics of it.
Yeah, when this kind of thing happens, a contractor
Yeah,
goes beyond their permit, and then the job gets stopped, it gets kicked to us. It puts, I mean, you're in a terrible position, and I sympathize with that. And like, as I said before, this board doesn't take any way you guys do anything.
We're clear on that. We're crystal
If
clear.
the contract,
We're crystal clear
I
on
would
that.
hope he would make you comfortable.
And yes, I would too, because the contractor simply made a conscious decision not to go, when he realized he was beyond his permit, not to go apply for a permit. He didn't even understand that he couldn't get the permit without the BAR approval. It's somehow he hadn't worked very much in Charleston. When he went to get that permit, they told him, you gotta go to see the staff at BAR. And the whole thing would have been worked out. And as I said, it's not that you would necessarily go for exactly the same money the way you did it, but I think you could have done it for Not so much more than.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Only by the end of it.
ways to make adjustments that were appropriate for the community. Unfortunately, beyond this permit, it meant that those
People or else did that. Wow.
Lay 'em all out.
Lay 'em out.
We're still gonna be working on, because we wanted one thing, we believe in. And yeah,
This house is one of the houses. Very hostile.
You guys did a great job.
One of the most hostile houses on the street.
you gotta see the inside, the inside is fun. We kept the original.
Nice job, now his handsome as this guy.
Yeah, but, this one will be so long.
Really.
You talking 41, which day?
He just put you guys.
I'm on the land trust board in Asheville, so I totally.
You're still doing
And
that?
our church.
Living in that house?
Story.
You're still doing well?
And I know things that we had to go.
Yeah, he was in sixth grade. Because we were.
So, I told him.
I said,
Just to get rid of
What do you do?
he didn't know where it was.
Charleston has the studios.
You live in that? You know.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had multiple lunches of those.
I just want to say thank you. We go off this.
Thank you all. All right, we are on agenda item number 6. 12 Ashley Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Starts getting mad at me when I zoom in now. Well, Ashley is requesting to line wash existing unpainted brick structure. It is not surveyed in Charlestown, surveyed in 1935 in the Old and Historic District. This is the property's location on Ashley Avenue. Existing site photos. Some context of Ashley. And sample maps showing the history of the property. Here are the applicants.
Is there Kylie Geddes? Was there anybody in the hallway? There was
Motion to the end of the agenda pending the applicant attending.
Do we have a second for Bill's motion to defer the application to the end of the meeting? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 7, 20 Bennett Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction and overview, please.
20 Bennett Street is requesting conceptual approval for renovation and addition to rear and to raise existing house. It is a category 4 in Charleston Village, circa 1940 in the Old and Historic District. This is the property's location on Bennett Street. Listing site photos. In context of Bennett. And more maps showing the history of the property.
Um, 20 Bennett is an existing duplex in Charleston Village. And the homeowner has purchased the property in the last year, and they're looking to turn it more into a single-family residence for himself and his family. There are some current issues with the home. You can see some of the siding is starting to fall apart, especially on the backside, which is, I guess, good from the AR perspective. It's not as much visible from the right of way, but there's a lot of siding damage in the back of the house and some on the side of the house. Some of the windows are rotting through. Again, a lot of it's on the back side of the house. This secondary stair off the rear serving the upper unit of the duplex is in disrepair and not safe to be on. You can see on the front stair here, you can see the sidewalk along Bennett Street right here. So the stair kind of starts just a little bit in, and the stairs themselves are not congruous. They're not even, treads are different, riser heights are different. None of that front stair is really up to code and safe, and you can see here a little bit that it's starting to actually fall apart and break away. This is a property of severe flooding. There's a lot of water that pools here. Every time I've been over, the crawl space has been saturated. We're looking at actually putting a drain in there, some way to surface drain it. We've got 2 doors up front, like I said, it serves as a duplex. We are proposing to remove those doors and provide one 6-foot wide door to fit the existing opening. So we're not trying to make the opening bigger, just really replace the doors. Some of the context around the neighborhood, there's a new development at 24 Bennett, I believe. Right next door, 22 Bennett was just recently redone and raised. I have a site section here later on. You can see the existing side is all about the same height going down. The newer development and the raised structures are a little bit higher. We're still going to be less than that, but we are proposing to remove and replace the foundation. So a couple of side-by-side images. The existing building foundation is stucco over brick. A lot of it's brick screen, some of it's brick piers. The flood vents that are in there are about 3 feet off the ground, so they don't really actually function like flood vents, which is one of the reasons that the property floods as bad as it does. So from a flooding perspective,
Sorry.
elevations within a good one.
Yeah, let me try to scroll back for you.
Thanks. There we go. Yeah, the elevations are good. The current floor level is at 9.5 feet above sea level, which is below the base flood elevation. So we're proposing to raise the house 4 feet to get it about 2.5 feet above base flood. So just a little bit more than that, 2 feet, which will allow them to park under the structure of the garage. The new garage door areas will be on the backside, not visible from the right of way. None of the structure that you can see is planned to be removed. We are just raising it in front. Piazza, the railings, the house itself, the siding that needs to be repaired will be replaced in kind. It is an asphalt shingle roof, so we're going to patch or replace that whole thing. The chimney will be lifted as well. Most of what we are proposing from the lifting standpoint is the foundation, obviously, which will remain stucco piers, CME walls, but we'll infill with a little bit of green wood loops. Their movement, hopefully dry out the foundation, the crawl space a little bit, allow flood vents to act like flood vents. But raising the house will require us to put in a new stair. So with the raising of the height, we can no longer go straight out to the front. We would be at the property line by the time that's where we need to be. So we're proposing to go down sideways toward the driveway area. And we're planning to go in with spindles that match the existing piazza. So they are those turn balustrades, and so we would match that from the front. In addition, we are proposing as a fiber cement board and batten siding, again, on CMU and stucco foundation. The addition itself is set up to be to the rear, not very visible, subordinate to the existing structure. We do not want to draw attention away from the existing structure. It's a beautiful home. Both have asphalt shingle roof match, but everything else will be subordinate to and less visible than the main structure. I think some of these perspective images show it fairly well that when you're standing on Bennett Street, right here at the neighboring property at 18 Bennett, you almost can't even see the proposed addition. And at that side, it is a little bit of a piazza as a walkway. The bottom is screened, so you don't even see the stair. It looks like on the foundation. And then when you're standing at the driveway of 20 Bennett, you just see a little bit of something that does read as an addition, but that's the plan. It's supposed to read as an addition. Again, we're not detracting from the original house. I think I covered everything that I'd like to.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
I have a couple. The existing front doors, do you think they're original to the house?
I have not been able to find any documentation on whether or not the house was built as a duplex. So I can't say they are wood, solid wood doors, but I can't say whether or not they're original.
And on the front elevation, the infill between the piers that is stucco is actually on the front and the side elevations. It's called out as 2x4, which does stucco finish. Is stucco foundation a continuous block, or is it piers frame and stucco over frame?
It's definitely CMU piers.
A couple of locations on your drawings called out as 2x4, which does stucco finish.
That shows it more like what you're talking about. That in CMU piers with or side.
Okay, so
I misspoke earlier.
So between the piers are stucco, between the piers it's frame.
Yes.
You good, Tilmer? So you're proposing to elevate it like 18 inches more than you have to, is that correct?
We would be required to raise it 1 foot. We are going an extra 18 inches above that 1 foot. Pre-board required. We were building this new and it had to be 2 feet above pre-board. We don't need 6 inches.
Beth, are you aware of visibility of the rear addition?
The rear addition, I believe slightly visible from the arrows that I drew.
I tried to take these perspective images from where you'd be roughly standing at the intersection of the curb and the street. The driveway, the basic property of the driveway.
I was wondering about from the rear, is there any visibility?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And no, I've got it right now. Any other questions?
Site, and you can, look at
Thing on the left and the first on the right.
Right.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Really just to touch on the height issue, if we were on 1 foot above the base flood, we would still have to turn the stair in front in order to make it work.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we have one public comment. And it was a neighbors and support. So I will not read Colin Heck, 22 Bennett, Deirdre McCool, 16 Bennett, the owner of 18 Bennett, the two owners of 18 Bennett, and the owner of 14 Bennett. All wrote that they had the opportunity to review the renderings for the proposed renovations and they are in support of the changes. Oh, we have some more. 5 Halsey, 1 Halsey, and 21 Bennett. That is our written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking in public?
Nina Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Overall, we appreciate the proposed rehabilitation of this historic property. However, per the design guidelines for elevating historic buildings, the foundation walls under the main body of the house should be solid. It would also be beneficial to incorporate solid recessed panels at the front-facing wall under the porch to reduce the foundation's beachy appearance. And we also generally would discourage going or elevating higher than necessary. Further, while we're not opposed to the reworked stair configuration, we feel a simpler balustrade design would be more appropriate, and introducing a low planter wall in front may help soften the stairs present at the street. And lastly, the replacement entry door is out of character with the house and streetscape, and we encourage a more traditional design. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, can you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please?
We have the observation that the proposal is subordinate and differentiated from the existing. And Catherine stole my comment about BAR guidelines. The unraised historic structure, note that infill should not use horizontal louvers, as this is beachy in appearance. Infill should be solid stucco or vertical louvers. There is inconsistency between the louver infill and the stucco CMU, and we suggest re-study to coordinate between the two. If there is any way the stairs could be to the front or they turn to the front, we would recommend it. We realized that we probably, we were trying to measure, but we're struggling there. Proposed doors are not appropriate. That existing, and we kind of know that the existing doors didn't match the drawings we saw. The proportions of the stucco recess on the stairs should be restudied either by adding details or increasing the height of the niche. Windows should be centered on walls. Currently the windows are very close to the corners. Setbacks for west elevation should be increased if possible. And the HVAC should be set back behind the house if possible. That recommendation is deferral for restudy.
Thank you, Frankie. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
Just a few items. Yeah, frankly, we also just looked at that stair from many different ways. There's no way to do it. Like I said, whether 1 foot above base flood or 30 inches above base flood. Yeah, to the side.
You assumed you had, but
with the stairs up front, that was kind of the one portion we did want to match the rail to make it not necessarily look like part of the original house, but be coherent with it. And we are showing on those elevations pretty big recesses to help break out that massive structure right at the street level. And I guess comment number one, what we think we can restudy that to some extent. And some of that foundation stuff. The setback issues we are working with ETA. We're sitting down next week to discuss some of those types of things. were set up based on the use of the space. There's a couple bedrooms there, there's some living space that, you know, if we just centered the windows and aligning the walls and change kind of the function of how the existing doors more directly on the drawings. But I do think that the proposed doors are in line with the A1 sheet. So there's some new development next door, and I get there's some new ones. You know, obviously the one at the corner there is very new, but we're proposing to, proposing full light doors, and 3/4 light doors are seen very often around this area of Charleston. And I can't imagine that they're all original to the house. Some of them very well might be, but I can't imagine all of them are. And I think with some of the other changes that they kind of need to happen to fix some of the structure at the foundation. Didn't point out before, but there is a picture on here, right here, that shows kind of the wing foundation side. That's a small change that we're proposing to the overall design. I think what add a lot to that house, because otherwise leaving those or something similar might just continue to be as a duplex. And that's what the homeowner does not want to do. We don't want to do it. We want to read to say it.
Thank you. Public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Considering the site, have you got to the point where you're considering materials for, say, paving?
The existing driveway, we just contracted with gravel.
Is it
during standing?
One way that I think is a good way to sort of mitigate the height of the stairs out front, and it will also help with the flooding as well, because I know that area does flood very, very bad, is maybe the introduction of a coping wall out by the street. You could actually, and then backfill that coping wall, and you could actually have a step up or two at the street level, which will then bring the house down a little bit more to the ground level. So I think that would be a very good tool to use to sort of mitigate the height of the raising of the building. So the question is, are all, you've got a lot of louvered, there's a lot of louvered sections of foundation. My question, are those all required, or I just don't know enough about that? And I would like to see some of those go away if possible. And maybe try to bring some texture to the base of the building as well, instead of just stucco. Maybe look at doing some scoring or something like that.
I kind of think that the rear of this is visible, and maybe staff could verify that, but I think it is visible from Calhoun Street. There's a big parking lot right there. So just something to look into. All right. I appreciate the applicant proposing to put the garage doors at the rear, though, regardless. I think that's generally a welcome proposal. But I don't really see why the extra height requested is warranted. It looks to me like you would still get a 7.5 foot ceiling height if you just built to the elevation that FEMA requires, which is generally what we've tried to stick to as a board, I think. I would say that I don't see any reason to pretend that the new back stair is an old piazza or something. There's no porch, no usable porch there. I would just have a stair and be honest about it. The front door design is odd. I would think it'd be more appropriate to consider a single door with side lights or something that says single family and says, you know, traditional. And the proposed stair design, I find a bit awkward as well. You know, if the house were right up at the street, I would understand why it had to hug the building so closely. But there's space there to come out toward Bennett and then turn and just have it be a little more graceful. And then not adding that extra height would help, at least with a few of the risers. And I like Bill's suggestion for the coping wall and maybe some infill there at the front. The last thing, yeah, the louvered panel, especially at the very front, is not appropriate, and I would tend to think that a house like this would want more solid foundation walls, more visible to the public, with flood vents as required, but low and minimally impactful.
Agree with almost everything that's been said today. I'm try not to do, but I'm sure I will duplicate some. I mean, overall, I think it's a nice positive approach. I agree that we are reluctant to elevate what required for base flood, and I still think you can stick a car in there. So, and back, not that the horizontal underpinning, I think, is not appropriate. I mean, more solid foundation. I was thinking there could be some open underpinning, but it should now be horizontal. Technically not our purview because it's construction details, but I am really, really worried about frame and underpinning stucco. I think it will, in 15 years, it'll be falling to pieces. That foundation wall should be solid masonry, and if it has open sections, they should be open sections, and they should be appropriately underpinned with something that's appropriate for the house. Yeah. It's a shame, and I think Bill's idea of trying to mitigate that stair. One thing that's really nice about the front of this house is that big wide stair. It's very inviting from the street. When you narrow that stair and turn it sideways, you just create a wall of the house, and it's not nearly as inviting. If there's some way to restudy that stair, make it address the street more appropriately, I think, and make it more inviting like the original stair. The original stairs really attractive. I think the addition is fine as subordinate. I'd kind of like to see it tucked in a little more on the southwest corner. I think that's visible. It's tucked in about 8 inches now, I think. It would be nice if it could just be tucked in just a little more to give a little more separation visually.
The comments that board members have made, I'd say the only other thing what I wanted to add was looking at the site plan, it looks like your vehicular gates are sort of pushed over towards the house side, and there is a little bit of room, but it's showing a driveway that's pretty much house to house. I'd like to see if you could maybe make your driveway only, let's say, the width of the vehicular gates, and then give you enough room for some green space up that side of the driveway, because that big sea of concrete is not going to be very attractive. It's the only other thing I wanted to add.
I'd like to see more of a comprehensive site plan when it comes back. And also, a lot can be done with softscape landscaping to sort of bring this house back down to the ground as well. So I think giving some study to the site plan will help a lot.
Distribute some green space to the house side as well.
Exactly. I agree with Bill on that as well. You probably don't need any more than like 7 feet or so. 7 to 8 feet.
Gates
Yeah, but by raising this up, you're now creating a wall there, and you need to try to find some ways to sort of bring that down a little bit. I think you can do a little bit of planting here.
Thank you. Can you explain point number 6?
So when, I think we're mostly looking at this page. When you look at the rear windows are going to be very minimally visible, but they're kind of pushed to the edge of the walls instead of being more centered in space. Now, if they are as minimally visible as proposed, I don't think you'll see them.
I think it should be a deferral, don't you think, a deferral? I don't know.
I think this, I mean, it's a great start, but I'm not sure it's ready to come down. It's a pretty long list of
Those all the ones that we added, like the extra height.
extra height. I don't know, Frankie, can we actually make a board comment and a motion about construction of the method?
We can do what we've done, board recommendation.
How about, okay, recommendation, the solid parts of the foundation, basically. The stucco.
I know, it's totally legitimate. I think you can tell what it is. I've heard the argument that you can't tell it's stucco on frame, so you have no purview, but you can. Yeah.
And well, you definitely can take your stucco.
And we have made motions before about the stucco on frame regarding, you could expansion joints, so we have made motions that way in the past as well.
And there may be none of these openings that are large enough to actually require an expansion joint. Question is, we think the construction of the between the piers.
All right, I'll try to make a motion for deferral with staff comments. 1, 3, 4. And board comment not to exceed elevation required by FEMA. What?
Side comments.
Board comment to develop the site plan and consider the coping wall at the front. Is that it?
How about reducing the number of movement spaces?
Yeah. Reduce the amount of static, reduce the number of louvers. That's fine.
And then, what did you think about Fillmore's comment about tucking in the southwest corner?
That's one of the board comments that I adopted, or one of the staff comments, number 7.
Oh,
Staff comment about that.
yes, okay. And then the board recommendation about the solid.
Recommendation to avoid stucco on frame.
And it's your motion, not
Everywhere. I like, bring it on. It's good.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarification on your
Sure.
comments on
Yeah, sure.
louvers? The sinking piers as they are right now is proposed to match the existing layout of the current
Okay.
historic location
Yeah.
of them. So we're basically just infilling between or saturated. Warranted at least having a flood vent between every. So
Yeah, it's just
kinda like a-
Consider a reduction.
Yeah, and if you shifted from away from the B2 louvers to more solid and had smart bins, that would be fine. I think that's what we're saying. Right?
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor for deferral with restudy with staff comments 1, 3, 4, 7, and 8. And board comment 1 to not exceed the elevation required by FEMA. Board comment number 2, we'd like to see a more comprehensive site plan at the next submittal. 3, consider adding a coping wall at the street. 4, consider a reduction in the number of louvered spaces, and then a board recommendation that solid parts of the foundation be stucco.
On masonry.
Stucco on masonry.
The owner, Mr. Holmes, is here. He'd like to ask a question about the height. I'm sorry, I know it's kind of like
yeah.
the wrong time, but.
Can we go ahead and vote on the motion, and then we can clarify after we do that?
I guess I'd like to ask before.
Can you come up, can you
Sure.
just approach the mic? Thank you.
My name is Ramon Haleva. I guess I'd like to ask, live in that area already, we know the flooding there. And I guess I'm a little concerned about the limitation of only elevating to the 11-foot when the new construction. I guess I see the elevation, I'm concerned that there's more and more flooding instead of less and less flooding. So I'm concerned that it's a significant expense that we're undertaking to elevate it to meet the requirements. And so I guess I'm a little concerned if we're gonna exert all those expenses, the difference between 6 inches gives us significant more peace of mind, given that we're very familiar with that neighborhood and flooding as a form of mitigation. I guess I look at it just like stucco will look bad in 10 or 15 years. I don't suspect that the flooding is going to get less and less in 10 or 15 years. So if we're going to undertake this massive elevation, I want to try to make sure we get it as maximally correct as possible.
Can I revert to discussion for just a second?
Yes.
So it's not that long ago that this board would not even entertain the thought of elevating a historic structure, and we've definitely come a long way. And I think the city made that allowance for historic existing structures to only have to exceed the requirement by 1 foot in order to be more harmonious with the historic streetscape. And also, not that long ago, the requirement was just to go to DFE. And so it's already more than it used to be. I think we pretty much stuck to our guns on this issue. So
it's more of a precedent.
Yeah, it's part of our policy just to, unless there's a compelling reason for some particular exception, just to be guided by what FEMA and the city require for elevations.
So we sort of have to have a limit, and our guidelines are so FEMA, and we've been very consistent with that. If we ignore that, somebody wants to raise the house 14 feet. I mean, it's incrementally, it becomes impossible to limit the amount of elevation. We need a standard, and our standard has been established as the FEMA requirement. And there are reasons why we are loath to change that. And that is because someone wants to go 12 inches above, that's not so much, and say, okay, and the next person wants to go 18 inches, and the next person. And so it just becomes a real slippery slope. If we don't, we've created a guideline and a standard. It's important that we are consistent.
I guess, I understand the guideline. I guess I'm just trying to figure out. So we were, our initial renovation attempts were kind of stopped early because the recommendation was given to us that you have to elevate this house. So that was kind of initially triggered by our initial encounter with the renovations that we had there. So I guess, the guidelines that drive your decision making, are those, is that a new flood level that was drawn, or does it get adjusted? Is there another? I guess I'm just trying to figure, what I don't want to have happen is, say 6 months from now, the new flood plans are elevated and the new standard is not 11, but 11.5 or 12. Especially given that the new construction is 12 and 11. I guess I'm just trying to understand what is it an aesthetic issue, or is it a flood mitigation issue, or which one is it one that has more deference to the other?
The guidelines, I would say, I'm just throwing this in, they're set to meet the standard that FEMA has established as the current required DFE. Okay, so that is inclusive of a free pool. And the reason that and now these guidelines are actually published guidelines, is because what we're trying to do is make sure the historic homes around that are not elevated, trying to do is not have, a Valley of Giants and a little, it's for a consistency of the streetscape. And I think your architect demonstrated how your height worked really well. So I think that's probably what I would say. We've kind of got those points where historic context wants to keep things kind of where it is, but then FEMA actually wants to put it up here. So the concession that we came up with, the guidelines, was to meet the DFE of FEMA. And I can tell you, not that it really matters, because I get your point. When those last change occurred January last year, and that was the first one since ever, I don't remember. And most of them actually went down. Is what happened in the latest release from FEMA. A lot of the base flood elevation levels actually went down. I'd say that necessarily true. Some did go up, but we just have to deal with the regs that were given. And so to establish a benchmark, Fillmore's point was we have to use a point, and we'll just call it the DFE that FEMA's requiring.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Bill? Vote. Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner?
Yay in favor.
Julia? In favor. Bill Huey?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair vote to the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank y'all.
Thanks for breaking the protocol a little bit there. Good bits.
Agenda item number 8, 63 and 65 Berry Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview, please.
In my results. 63, 65, and 67. It's requesting preliminary approval for 3 new row houses, which is new in Charleston Village, in the old and historic district. And this is the location on Berry Street. The site photo, some context of Berry Street. Same board map showing there was nothing there in 1955. And I will turn it over to applicant.
Hello, I'm Julie O'Connor. I'm the designer for this project. We were here a couple of months ago and got conceptual approval for the project with a few comments. So I'm just going to try and make this as quick as can be and just go through the comments. And the first comment was about the arched entryways. And the comment was that it sort of pinched the opening or the entry experience a little bit. So we changed it to a single door from a double door. Just trying to get to this side. To sort of better relate to the size of the arched opening. So that was our response to that request. Sorry, I'm just going all over every head. I'm gonna get to the comparison ones. Oh gosh, yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Okay, and then there was a comment about, so that's what we did there. There was a comment about the separation walls. So we had separation walls on the decks, on the front deck and the rear deck. And the question was about, sort of the height of that separation wall. So we have lowered the separation walls on the front elevation to match the parapet height. So you won't be able to see those separation walls from the street. And then there was a comment on the rear about sort of infilled porch area that we have shown there. And so we changed that to a larger scale shiplap siding from the rest of the siding so that it would be differentiated with that. And we also changed the detailing of the casing. So instead of having the crown like the rest of the building does, it's just a more simple casing for the infilled porch area. And then the last comment was about the paneling at the parapet. So there was a feeling that maybe it was a little bit too heavy on the front. And so we have changed the detailing of the panels and added some detail to that so that it's a little bit more decorative, and then changed sort of the larger pieces of the main masses of each unit to be an open railing. With just a small little knee wall underneath to make it a little bit more transparent. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Julie. Do my fellow board members have any questions? For written comments, do we have anyone speaking from the public?
My name's John Lemaster. I live at 70 Halsey, which is in the Halsey Park where this project's located. I'm also on the board of directors of the Halsey Park Homeowners Association. In the third amendment to the PUD for this project, the HOA has architectural design approval for this project. That's not yet been requested from us, but we reserve our rights to make comments and to require changes. I do have one preliminary comment. It's not an HOA comment, it's my own personal comment. I think the fourth floor, the top floor, has too much mass compared to the existing townhouses next door, which don't have full rooms on the top. So this has a full mass across the whole way. The existing townhomes next door are broken up, just the staircases. That's just my comment. The result will be a tall, skinny building compared to the more elegant, longer building next door. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
An observation that previous comments had been addressed. And then we had a comment about the cable railing. Less transparent than the cable would be more appropriate. Maybe, I don't know, that horizontal metal bar or some form of louver to allow for a similar aesthetic while adding a little bit of substance to the feature. But we are recommending preliminary approval with a final review.
Thank you, Frankie. Julie, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Yeah, sure. Regarding the Halsey Park HOA, we did receive ARB approval before we came in for conceptual approval, so I'm not sure what the disconnect was there, but we can speak to that. And we are actually asking for final approval. if possible, please. Thank you.
I believe we already have HOA approval, but if not, that's not the purview of this board, we'll sort that out with them later.
The presentation's now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
This was the meeting I missed when this was up the first time, so.
I just have, I guess, a question in light of the HOA situation. So from what I understood that you said, and I understood Colin, so both sides. That in your mind, it's subject to review, and that review could constitute a design change of some kind. In whatever instance, then, if you, for some reason, don't have that full approval, you're willing to go ahead and go through this process. And then if you have to go back to them with some design change, then come back to us again. That's what I'm trying to sort out here.
I don't believe we're subject to their approval, and if we were, we had a letter of support when we came in to conceptual approval. So yes, we are ready to move forward with you guys, and we don't need HOA approval.
Okay, so that's something you'll sort out, and in your mind, you're good to go. In your mind, you may not be. If it goes one way or the other, you're willing to go through the steps if you have to come back to us with some changes recommended by them. If it turns out you are approved, you're willing to accept what he's presenting to us.
They're not approved. They have a letter of support. That's not an approval of our questions.
The board's changed.
Okay, well, we don't want to get in the middle, but
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
what I'm
saying.
Let's move forward.
I think as long as you're okay, because what we were asking is would you
Yeah.
prefer that we give comments and defer, but if you're okay with this.
Yeah, and then you could go and verify that,
No,
or
we want
whatever.
to move forward with
Okay.
final.
But
And that, again, so you all know, if we give final approval, that obviously has nothing to do with, that's a separate thing. So, yeah.
and that's what I was getting to. And your understanding, you still are going to have a review, and your understanding, regardless of actions of this board. Okay. Okay. Good. We're out of it. Thank you. I just want to make sure of that.
Yeah.
Since I'm talking, yeah. Thanks for addressing these points, Julie. I think you've done a good job with that. Don't really have necessarily comment per se about the cable railing. I do, in some instances, agree. Yes, just because of the amount of architectural detailing that you have and the style that you have, cable railing, I mean, I know in context it could work, and just don't know if it's befitting the style that you've laid out here. So I think maybe a restudy of that would be warranted. Other than that, I appreciate you addressing the comments, and that's really all I have.
And variation on your comment, cable railing seems a little foreign to the aesthetic.
That's, yeah, okay. Same thing, different way. You said it better than I did.
And but otherwise, I feel like she's come where we wanted her to come, and it looks good. If you felt like doing me a personal favor, you could extrude that arch at the entry and then have an arch door at the end, just like a little barrel vault tunnel. That'd be really fun. But, you know, that's just an aside, yeah. So I think I'll make a motion. What about the cable rail?
That was study. Tree study. If you want to send it to Frank, it's okay.
Okay. Or I'd like to give you clean final approval, but I think it will have one comment, which is, I guess, the staff comment number what?
The comment.
The only one.
The comment.
Oh, yeah, staff comment number one.
Observation.
So is this a motion for final approval?
I think it's final. I think there's the details are there. And final review by staff.
We have a motion on the floor for final approval with staff comment. and final review by staff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bill Moore,
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Healy.
Yay in favor.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bill Huey.
Don't talk.
Agenda item number 9, 186 St. Philip Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview, please.
Right, 186 St. Philip is requesting final approval for a new 3-story mixed-use building. It is new in Canterbury, Elliotboro, in the Old City District. This is the property location. Previous structure on site. This photos of St. Philip. Sanborn map showing previous structures on the property.
We're here tonight for final review, and last time we saw you, we were reviewing the condition of the preliminary approval, which was to look at the brick coloration and the styling of the brick, which was an on-site review. So tonight, what we're here with is the changes in the modifications and the progression in the detailing we've had since the preliminary review. And one of the things that I'll address really quickly that might come up today is what we've changed on the roof. And this is actually a perspective standing on the opposite corner from Cannon and St. Philip Street, looking at the building, so you can see exactly what you can see of the roof curtains from here. Just for clarification, since we've got this image up first. But if you want to go ahead and move through the drawings, and if you can see the floor plan, some things have changed in the floor plan since we presented last time. There's a restaurant tenant. We had a patio that was carved out of the building on the south side of the building that's no longer there. And we've also changed the shape of the walk-in cooler on the back of the building. The 2 modifications that have been made since the last submittal. You want to move forward? Oh, I have a clicker now. How about that? Modifications have to do with detailing, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit. This is our previous proposal that happened at preliminary review. Our current proposal, and one of the things that's changed is the way that the windows have been detailed. We've lost brick molding that goes around the windows, and I'll talk about that in a moment. The other thing that's happened, if we go back, is the scale of the windows on the residential element right here changed slightly due to the use of the space behind the windows. Then finally, the other thing that's changed is the detailing of the appurtenance, which is the element on the roof. And as you can see here, in the previous application, we had a metal shingle that we're proposing for the siding, and now we're showing a chevron pattern of a channel gap siding instead. And so I'll start with that. And we'll move forward to the, sorry, I know I'm disjointed, I've been saying here a long time, you don't have to. So this is the appurtenance element, and the reason that we've changed the siding on it is we started to look at the scale of the metal siding and the way that it's connected. The metal siding is an individual shingle that's put together in sequence. The building is really small, and the shingle is rather large. And when you start to turn the corner with that type of siding and start to hit the frame of the door, there's some really weird detailing there. So we changed the siding to this type of siding to work better with the scale of the building. I'm gonna talk about the windows. I can go through any of these other details if you want me to. So here are your enlarged window details. When we started looking at the way that the brick veneer worked with the block building and headering the windows, one of the things we wanted to do was eliminate a steel lintel to support the brick. And so what we have is a true masonry arch, segmented arch there over the arch top windows, and then a jack arch over the windows that have a flat top. And we had a brick mold on the window to conceal the steel angle, and we've lost the brick mold now because we don't need to conceal the steel angle, so we have a simpler detail there. And other than that, we've just really been working on detailing everything throughout the project, looking at how the materials go together, how the detailing works on the brick, how the detailing works on the piers. The way the balconies are supported. And that's it. Do y'all have any questions?
So can you talk about the AZEC versus like a true exterior material? I don't know why I'm kind of scared by the material, but talk me into it.
There's some profiles that we don't get in the true exterior material. So we're proposing an AZEC material rather than a wood in those places where we can't get the true exterior material.
What was the profile you were looking for?
I think the AZEC is going to come off at the bottom, right?
Are you talking about the crown?
No, well, anywhere that AZEC is called out. I remember, it seems like it was tongue and groove.
I think that we called the AZEC out at the base panels in the where the windows are in the storefront. And the intent there was just to put something there that, I mean, y'all know what happens to wood in those panels. And the intent was to put something there that was durable and resilient. It could be painted.
It's like duration definitely has to beat it. It's just me with the AZEC.
If you'd like for us to change the material, we would certainly be happy to do that.
Here too, I was more scared of it being on a ground level. You know how it can break, and whereas an AZEC, it won't break, and it paints up well if you clean it properly and apply the paint.
Okay, and then since it's final, could you just kind of talk us through the color choices? Because it looks different from the rendering, I think, a little bit.
I don't know that we have a final decision on the storefront. The rest of the palette has been the same all along. We're talking about a patina green aluminum clad window. The wrought iron we were intending to paint the same color. The brick, you all saw the brick samples on site. I think that the one discussion we did have on site was about the stucco band that comes all the way around the building, and working on the color of that to match the field color of the brick.
It's just the way that it is in this set of drawings says that the first floor fenestration would be a darker green. Is that what I'm seeing? And not like the stained or whatever it was indicated before, yellowish color.
We are thinking about taking that storefront down to a color instead of leaving it as a wood. Yes.
So these sloping screening walls up on the roof, what's up with that?
That's a demising wall between the two roof elements. And the intent is to, create some privacy between the two units. We've done that several times on rooftop elements.
I think we're open to suggestions on materials up there, but one of the concerns was the heat that would be generated from a metal panel where people could bless their hands. And I just know from experience having a parapet cap that's copper that it can burn you pretty good in the summer if you rest your elbows on it. So that was one of the thoughts behind switching the material up there.
The roof is flat lock. All that. So it was. It's flat. It says flat seam metal. What's the metal?
On the roof element?
Yeah, on the roof
flat,
element,
yes,
yeah,
it is a flat seam metal on the roof itself. The roof deck is a TPO with a pedestal paver system.
Right, but I mean the top of so the structure is a flat seam.
metal.
What kind of metal?
If it's a flat seam, it has to be a hand cranked flat seam.
Yeah, so probably copper.
Yeah, it has to be soldered.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a one pitch, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you might get away with a true flat seam copper, but that's an awful lot. You need that. The roof deck itself is it has an Ipe overlay.
It's a pedestal system, and so we've got a section of it that's an astroturf or a synthetic turf. It's on a pedestal, and then we've got a section of it that's
It's all on the pedestal, so it's removable.
Yes.
And your roof closure below that is a fluid applied.
Yes.
What's the flashing detail at that parapet wall and at the structure?
So
I was trying to identify it and I was struggling a little bit.
The way that aqua seal system works is it's a copper flashing that they use the cloth tape on the copper that goes down, then the ice and water shield wraps over the parapet to the other side. And then we usually put in this case, it's a cast stone cap, so we try not to have any anchors going through that flashing on the top. So we got to get creative on how we're going to anchor the cap on there, but it would seal the ice and water shield over the fluid applied membrane on the exterior of the block.
So the fluid applied turns up the ice and water. Is there a copper flashing detail at the intersection of those two, or is it just the fluid applied up and the peel and stick down on top of it?
That's what I don't want to penetrate. Yeah, there'd be a copper flashing.
Oh, this is, you're talking about, I'm talking about down at the bottom.
Oh, yes, there's copper around
There's
the bottom.
there's a copper flashing there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I noticed the hot tub's pretty near the parapet over there on the street. You can see people climbing in and out of that tub.
Scantily clad.
The hot tubs are always in there, and we make sure we got the power up there for them, but we put them on a couple projects and they never came to fruition. We just make sure the framing's there and what's needed to support the weight. But yes, we'll have to make sure it's far enough away that.
Yeah, you might have to have a clothing rule on your
I don't know.
top activity.
Bill, if you can see there's a dashed line here where we're proposing on.
Yeah.
You can see the base of below the parapet cap.
Yeah,
But
I was just thinking of
close.
somebody climbing up, you know. Right.
I think we have to be 3 feet away from the wall, with the edge of the hot tub.
Yeah, probably so.
You don't have to tell us about that next time. Just
You try to be transparent.
I don't want a neighbor over there going, wait a minute.
what did you approve?
Is that slope wall visible? Or do you lose it in the line sight?
I don't believe it's visible. I mean, I think what's important to note, if I go back to this image. Because I drew it. Oh my God.
Blocks down Cannon Street, so we get it close to the top of that hill.
this image, the appurtenance is actually drawn in the model. So it's actually physically there. You just can't see it.
You're a block away.
Right.
You do that
Oh,
yourself?
you're across the intersection. You're not blocking. You're just right across the intersection.
They could probably see it from St. Philip, but I mean, just minimally, I would think, right?
Any other questions? Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking? All right. Frankie, could you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please?
Sure.
Yep, just a couple observations, which actually mostly noted. Appurtenance has increased in size toward the south. The stucco structure at the rear has gotten larger, and we would have to verify that the hot tub would be below the wall. I did not see the dotted line, so I apologize with that one. Staff comments. There is a new feature on the roof, a slanted divide halfway and the appurtenance. This new addition requires comprehensive understanding of visibility. Staff recommend omitting it or providing multiple views from St. Philip or Cannon to ensure the feature is not visible. The materiality of the appurtenant exterior has changed. Applicant and board review this as a rich detail on the building that needed. I think that would, I think Tori meant that as an observation, sorry. Windows on the west elevation have lost trim details. The windows on the second and third floor of the southwest corner are now fixed. The French doors have lost the trim detail. Previous versions of windows was more residential and provided consistency and proportion with other fenestration. Recommendation was final approval with staff comments.
Ashley, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
Sure. I think that the I forgot to mention the appurtenance. There's a depth.
Here, let me zoom out a little. Sometimes that makes it more cooperative.
You know, when you get the consultants involved and you start to work out things like we ended up tucking chase for some ductwork on the back of the appurtenance. And you can see it right there. Just a little structure. As far as the staff comments go, I think I've addressed all of them for y'all as far as the logic of why we changed the things that we changed. And so I would like to ask the board to consider the modifications we made to the building. Based on that.
I'll ask you another question while you're there. The French doors have lost their trim details. Is that again about the arch, or?
That's the brick mold that went all the way around all the units.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We move into board discussion and a vote.
Personally, I'm kind of a fan of the new cladding, and I understand the reasoning for wanting to move away from the metal scale and the realities of trying to install that. And I also understand the simplification of the window detailing. My only issue would be maybe to reconsider that AZEC, just because I'm just not comfortable with putting plastic on buildings downtown. But one day I'll probably change my mind.
The shingles look better. Actually, that distracting. It may in real life be not as physical and as distracting as it is on the drawings. it's going from probably a superior material to a slightly less, even though it was floral or fruit, whatever they call it now. So I think I understand the issue with the metal shingles, particularly if they are modern metal shingles. They tend to be too big in size and they're cumbersome to terminate there. You can do it, make it look nice, but it certainly is more difficult. So I understand why they did it. I'm just, deal breaker. I think that a higher quality finish on that is better, but it's not metal shingles. Diagonal board is just visually don't go from the end of the dividing wall. It may not be visible, or maybe just a tiny bit of it's visible at the very top. I think that's okay. If that slope is visible, I think that's a problem for me. With the staff, maybe that goes on hold until visibility is determined. The AZAC, I mean, I hate AZAC, but I understand. It's all going to be painted. They want something that's durable down there. I mean, I would rather see treated, high quality. I'd rather see a better dried after treatment treated wood trim on the storefront. But I understand why they don't want to use the cementous material.
Nobody uses MDO anymore? Anybody use MDO anymore? Storefronts on North Market Street, I did 30 years ago, they did MDO, and they're still there. I make road signs out of that stuff.
Bay window panels that we did 25 years ago that had MDO.
Yeah. Anyway.
They're still there.
I think Bill's comments have covered everything I had.
I walked in the last tail end of this.
Make a motion for final approval with just staff comment number 1. And final review by staff. I'm only putting 1 in there for you, Fillmore. I'm only including that comment for your benefit about the visibility of that slanty wall.
So we've got a motion on the floor for final approval with staff comment 1 and final review by staff. Do I have a second?
Oh wait, can I add a board comment to?
No one has seconded it yet.
Okay. And a board comment to reconsider AZAC? Consider changing it? That's not a mandate.
And added board comment to reconsider ZIC. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Into a vote. Bill Huey?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Julia?
In favor.
Donald?
Yeah.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I really hope that painted lady doesn't
You don't
show
like
up.
it, Zach?
It's strictly emotional.
It's a different paint that she was proposing.
Moves around thoroughly.
We're in the 10th and final agenda item number 1044 Warren Street.
They go a lot of detail.
Frank, if you give us an introduction and overview, please.
They were talking about a piece of mold.
For Warren, it's requesting conceptual approval of renovations and rear addition and new accessory structure. It's a category 3, circa 1840 in the Old and Historic District. This is the location on Warren Street. Existing site photos. And some context of Warren Street. And we're not showing the history of the property. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Here, Julia Martin, architect, here tonight on behalf, can you hear me? Okay. On behalf of the owners of 44 Warren Street to request conceptual approval for a new guest house and renovations to their existing historic residence. This structure has been a duplex for at least the last 50 years. It was purchased by our clients in 2020 with the goal of making it their permanent residence. They've been largely living on the first floor and first floor unit since that time, and they're now ready to convert it back to a single family home. So the scope of this project will include interior renovations as well as a 2-story bay addition to the existing rear extension. And then we're also requesting to add a separate accessory structure on the north end of the lot for use by visiting. For residence was built immediately following the earthquake of 1886 and was modified most extensively after 1955, when a portion of non-original piazza was infilled and a second floor was added to the 1-story extension at the rear as part of its conversion to a duplex. It was purchased by Historic Charleston Foundation, who holds covenants on the property in 1978, and subsequently renovated with the help of Herbert Acosta. That elevation drawing there at the bottom of the screen dates to that 1980s renovation, and as you'll see is largely what exists today. Here's some existing site photos of the property, and I'll just kind of draw your attention to the images at the bottom, which highlight the areas to be altered. In the center photo, you can see that 2-story extension, and this was originally a single story with the second floor and that small porch added sometime after 1955. That portion has had numerous alterations to the administration over the years, and of course an exterior metal stair was added to access the second floor. The west side of this extension is not visible from the public right of way, but we've provided this zoomed in photo to the left to show the east side that is minimally visible, where we'd like to infill that small portion of non-original porch. So here's our existing and proposed site plans, and starting at the existing house, we'll be removing the metal stair and concrete steps back, and then adding this 2-story bay addition and a secondary entry. The lot is quite deep, so this new guest house will be 50 feet away from the historic house and over 100 feet back from Warren Street. And while we could get it as close as 3 feet to the rear property line, we wanted to give a little bit more breathing room to the house to the north, and our clients will likely fence off the rear portion to create a little tucked away outdoor storage area. These are the existing and proposed first floor plans. And as you can see, the footprint of the new bay is there at the back, which will help make this very narrow, so like less than 8.5 feet wide space a little bit more functional. We're proposing to carry that same footprint up to the second floor, where we'd also like to infill the small section of this non-historic porch so we can visually unify the 2 levels of the extension from the exterior and have space to create a proper primary suite. This section of the house has an extremely low ceiling height, so the blue rectangle you can sort of barely see there in the middle of the room represents a small roof lantern that we'd like to add to give a little bit of extra height and light in the room. Here are the existing and proposed south and west elevations, which includes the new bay addition and the roof lantern I just spoke about. Again, these will not be visible from the right of way, but will provide a little bit more breathing room, particularly at the second floor where the existing space is only 8 feet wide and has a ceiling height of 7.2. This elevation, we have a very narrow view of the rear section where the non-historic porch would be enclosed. We're also shifting a non-historic transit opening to the south. To the guest house, and here we're proposing a really simple 2-story mass with a low slope roof to keep the height subordinate to the rear extension of the main house. We're showing a vertical channel siding to the exterior cladding, which has that sort of reverse board and batten effect, and proposing a deep recess of the main entry and casement windows on the front elevation to create a strong shadow line with some visual interest that will also provide protection from the weather. And I apologize, we have the north elevation of this not quite right. There will be a low slope roof behind that parapet that drains to the north, and they'll be covered better than downspouts that handle drainage. Let's see. So I'll just end here with 3D views and a site section to better illustrate the relationship of the 2 buildings to one another in the street. That is all I have. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
You answered my question. I only had one, and that was where was the water going?
house. They were in an F zone here, so flooding as the same as it would be elsewhere, but at a large lot, and we will handle all of the water on our property, not neighbors.
Sorry, my phone cut out. Are the mechanicals on your site plan, your mechanical?
So there currently are mechanicals that sit, on the ground where this new bay will be. So we're gonna move those to a flat portion of the roof of the main house. So they're hidden from view. We'll be servicing this primary suite with a mini split. So it'll be high up and tucked way up there, and then the back building, I believe, will be doing mini splits there as well, which can just sit on the ground.
Did you say this was being converted to single family?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the reasoning behind leaving the stairs in place?
So we've encouraged the owners to remove the stairs. They just really like them. They have a little bit more detail than a lot that you see in for a while. So they just like them.
I've never known anybody that liked
I
gas
know.
stairs.
I know. Currently, obviously, they go up and forth, and I guess they imagine they'll still use them on occasion, but
And I noticed a note on there that you're recommending the change out of the downstairs balusters.
the floors do not match, so there's square balusters on the downstairs and turn on the upstairs, and so we're recommending that those be replaced.
I think it's very handsome.
Any other questions? Thank you. Any public comment? Excuse me.
People are worried it's our Charleston County, so we have restrictive covenants on this property, and we concern that these drawings conform to our covenant requirements. And with regard to those stairs, they are very unique, and a lot of historic characters will this.
Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please. And we had no written public comment on this.
We had a couple observations that the rear addition is not visible from the public right of way. The new accessory structure is minimally visible from the public right of way, but it is ordinately differentiated from the existing structure. And Aaron answered my only comment, so I withdraw that. We are recommending conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Frankie, Aaron, did you want to respond? Okay, public comments and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote.
Do you have another, okay? Yeah, I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with final review by staff.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff. Do I have a second? Bill Turner?
Yay. Yes.
Bill Huey?
Yay in favor.
Bill Moore?
Yay in favor.
The chair votes for the majority, and the motion passes unanimously.
Chairman, motion to adjourn?
We
Oh,
have,
no, sorry.
Oh, excuse me, we are now revisiting
Ashley.
agenda
12 Ashley, sorry.
item.
Oh,
What number was that?
that's right. You're right. We did defer that.
Agenda item number 6, 12 Ashley Avenue. I do not see, do you see anybody out there? Okay.
Okay.
I think we've had this discussion before. In the event it would be a denial, the owner would not have had the opportunity to respond, and so I'll entertain a motion to defer.
Motion to defer.
Thank you. Second? All in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed, the motion passes. Bill Huey, I believe you had made a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Aye.
And opposed, motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.